Why are so many people here so quickly? How's it going? How's it? Yeah, you guys all made it before I finished posting everywhere. Hey, Corpse. Hey, Callie. Hey, Jaden. Hey, Robin. How's it going? I think I posted. Did I post one? Did I make it? Are ya? I'm sorry. How's it? One second. I'm gonna just post. I think I haven't done. I've created a post yet. Okay, no, I have not. Okay. Hey, Opus. Hey, hey. Okay, I think I've posted everywhere. It's very surreal when people show up early. You know, it used to be. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that, Jaden. Used to be. If you want a fun fact about how these streams used to work, I used to have to wait about 2 hours before anybody would show up. Uh, which meant that it would just be a lot of me just sitting here alone waiting for somebody to show up. Yeah. How you doing, Jaden? What's going on? Yeah, yeah. Usually, that was always my rule. Generally, I would do about 4 hours because I was like, okay, it takes 2 hours for people to get here, so I gotta just wait for that. I used to watch like movies and stuff while waiting for people to come. Don't really get to do that anymore. That's nice. It's a problem you want to have, but that's good. You know, it hits one of you do it. Does it? Yeah. So, what are we? What are we? What's everybody doing today? I'm sorry, and I'm sorry to hear about the suffering. Okay, what are we going to draw today? Nice, Jaden. Congratulations. I have a ton of things I could draw. I don't. Do I? I could try that. I could try that. I don't do that all the time, but I feel called out. Oh, right. Yeah, I'll do that at some point. I think everybody prefers drawing gals. Hey, Callie. How's dude? Yeah, Robin, I pretty much just slept. Callie is everywhere. I ended my stream last night, woke up, and went to bed, and then I fell asleep again. They I mean, everybody. Yeah, I mean, probably. I had a long theory. Part of it is it's a little bit easier to draw variety of shapes with women. Callie is in the mind of the human. Whereas, like, let's be honest here, guys tend to, the world has progressed quite a lot, and I think that's generally a good thing, but generally a good thing. But guys tend to dress pretty similar, yeah, in a lot of things, whereas women have a lot of different things they could potentially wear. Go to sleep, Callie. So, what are? But just because I feel slightly called out, I'm going to draw a dude. Okay? Yeah. Don't ban yourself. So corpse? What are we drawing? I'm drawing Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, the greatest dude ever. I do play this. I don't know if you guys can hear it totally. I do play this like drone in the back, this ambiance stuff in the background, so it's a little calming. Muscle, muscle. Also, oh, so what are you working on right now? Okay. Uh, Callie, I am practicing it. Do it, Callie. What would your what would your PNG tuber look like? A ghost? Yeah. Really? Ugh. I never got around to it. Man. Oh shit! You are right. I am supposed to be. That is so funny. That is so funny. Yes, I'm meant to be shown what I'm drawing. I forgot to change it. I was. Yes, I was drawing. I forgot to change it. That's so funny. Uh, yeah, no. Yes, I did mean to. What was I gonna say? Did Nymph? Did you ever watch like Buffy the? Did, yeah. Did you guys? Did you guys ever watch like Buffy the Vampire Slayer or Firefly? I was a pretty big fan of Firefly. I really liked that show. Ooh, what does that mean? And hello, Tato. Is it Christmas in... Oh, it's not Christmas in July. Yeah. Yeah. I was a big fan of Firefly. Don't say that, Robin. Don't say that. No, I only saw a few seasons. I was a really big fan of Firefly. That was the show I really liked from him. Very nice. What would the Christmas dragon be called? Oh, Christmas in your bedroom. That's very cool, Tato. Is Christmas your favorite holiday? There should be a Christmas dragon. Yes. Yeah. Well, Buffy is very. How do you? How is that for you? Really? That's wild. What day is my name? Yeah. How did that turn out? I have a friend who her birthday is Christmas Eve, and she always has a lot of issues with that because she never gets any Christmas presents. Like she never gets birthday and Christmas presents. Justice League is a good show. Yeah, the animated. Anyways, ooh. Oh, yay! You cut that out. That's awesome. I was kind of hoping somebody would. Yeah, yeah. Constantine. Are you thinking of Constantine? Yes. Constantine's a cool character. I like Constantine as a character. I never watched the show. Yeah. Yeah, kind of. It stepped in a lot of things that, like, controversies that it shouldn't have stepped in, but that's an Alan Moore creation, Constantine, by the way. So, yeah, do you get, yeah. Nymph. Tato is like the wind. It's like the wind. You can't control where they go. They just ride. Do you get cake on Christmas? Ooh, yeah, this sucks. I once got. I know, no, but it was the greatest. I once got a cake covered in marshmallow fluff for my Christmas, for my birthday, and I think about that cake every day. Doesn't that sound good? Still working. We gotta give her a little bit of a cast now. See if I can figure it out. Uh, it's a little bit what I'm gonna work on today. See if I can come up with a bit of a cast to surround her with. Yeah, yeah. Doesn't that sound delicious? Yeah, that it was the most delicious thing we ever had. When I was still living in Saudi Arabia, bit of lore about me. If you don't know that, I was born and lived in Saudi Arabia for till I was about 14. Uh, uh, there was a there we had a there was a guy named Kumar, uh, who was a chef, who like was this amazing chef, and yeah, he you could hire him to be your personal chef for like a day, and he would make all this delicious food. We lived in a compound for like Americans, so yeah, it felt very American to me. Yeah, I think she needs to get stuck with kind of an everyday average person. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, it was strange, a little bit. You know, it was essentially like a small American town in the middle of like another country, which felt very unusual to me. Um, but it was a lot of a lot of kids from all over the world were there. Um, it was nice. I don't know. It was a good, nice place to grow up. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God, he was so good. He was so good, Opus Kumar. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your question. What's your question? Oh yeah, the DC character. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Um, yeah. Yeah. My parents worked for Saudi Aramco Oil Company, which is cool. But yeah, it was fine, I guess. We did. Oh, here's a fun one. We didn't have weekends on Saturday and Sundays. We had weekends on Wednesdays and Thursdays. Yeah, our days off were Wednesday. Our days off were Wednesday and no, it is Wednesdays when we had school off, and then we had Thursday and Friday off. Yeah, it was Thursday and Friday off. Yeah. Well, Opus. Uh, it's because for many Muslim people, you're not supposed for many very religious Muslim people, you're not supposed to work on Sundays, or is it Saturdays? No, you're not supposed to work. I forget. I know it. I forget. It has to do with religion. I know it has to do with religion. No, don't kill him off. It's something to do with religion. It was explained to me a few times that it has to do with a religious deal. I mean, unless you want to, but you don't have to. I like the Firefly. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, it's religion. It's um, if you are unaware about this whole thing, uh, Islam, Christianity, Judaism, and a few others were are considered. I forget how it works exactly, but I know it has to do with like a. I know it has to do with like a. It has to do with religion. I forget exactly what the reason why, but I know it has to do. Um, yes, they are Abrahamic religions, or Muslims. The Muslims, how the Muslims would say it is, they're religions of the book. So we share quite a lot of things. There's a lot of things in common between all three. There's actually a few others that I know. There's a few. Anyways, yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to think. We had like I don't speak Arabic, by the way. I know some people assume that when I. Oh well, if you want to do that, then do that. Yeah, you should. Yeah, then kill off Thunderbolt if that's what you're angling for. Um, yeah. There's a few others. A few other types of. There's a few lesser known ones by the book, and I forget what they're. I look like I think there's like Yan. No, there's one that there's a there's one that worships. Anyways, yeah, there's a few others if you're curious that aren't are pop up. Um, yeah, in the comics, Barry Allen dies. At least he did for a long time. If you're unaware of this, Barry Allen dies in the comics, and Wally West takes over as Flash. Oh, is that not well known? Yeah, he's back. He's back. Don't worry. Yeah. No, Barry Allen. I don't hate Barry Allen. I said I find Barry Allen sucks. What song was it? I don't hate Barry Allen. I mean, I kind of do. Anyway. It's so I'm tired of talking about this whole it's a whole controversy. Nymph, were you aware that Barry Allen dies in the comics? Yeah. So in the yeah, it's this. Sure. It's this whole thing that happens with like the reason why Barry Allen. It's a very annoying like Anyways, it just gets bad. It just goes from bad to worse. Girl Secret from Girly Girl Productions. Okay. Boop. Okay. I I will. I will in a little bit. I usually start off with like trying to do some drawings from references, uh, just to get warmed up, and then I'll move on to trying to do original characters. Okay, Tato, this is funny. This is a funny song. I agree with you. This is a very funny song. Oh no, 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 no! It's no worries. Yeah, I mean I could. Let's see. No, I'm happy to. My goal is to entertain. Nymph. That's yes, Tato. That was a pretty funny song. I must admit that I found that quite funny. Uh, let's see. I mean, there's somebody I know. I mean, if I could, I would pick. Let's see. Um, yeah. Who would I really want to make a movie about? Batman? No. Oh, that's such a boring answer. No, let's do it today. Let's do it right now. Yeah. Kid Flash. I mean, I guess maybe I'd pick Bart Allen. If I could, I'd pick maybe Bart Allen. Like, just do an actual adaptation of the Impulse comics. You know, it's funny. You've seen Stargate Atlantis, right? Yeah, that's not really. Yeah, they don't do it exactly right, and he's fine in the yeah. Um, God, I'm just maybe try and adapt the Impulse comics. I never felt they. I always feel they get the tone wrong on those. So whenever they try and do Impulse, um, yeah, a spider will be in your bed. No, I don't know. That feels like a Mr. Beast thing. I don't want to do a Mr. Beast thing. Hey guys, give me a like and a follow so you get a cookie. Hey guys. Okay, Robin, it's good seeing you. Who's your favorite? For a cookie, guys. Guys, do you want a cookie? Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Beastmeister as well. I do want a cookie. Mr. Beast. One thing I hate about Mr. Beast, well, there's a lot of things to hate about Mr. Beast, but um, is like how worshipful like some people are. Like they overanalyze everything he says and does, and he's like, he's so great, he's so great. He's just the best in the world. Mr. Beast is so amazing. He's so cool. He's so. Who would you make a movie about? I would make a movie about Stephanie Brown. Okay, I said it. That's the person I would pick. That ain't I would adapt. That or Cassandra Cain, and I would presumably make a movie about both of them. There, I said it. There, I said it. Stephanie Brown was my favorite character when I started reading comics, so that she was the one she would be the one I would make a movie about. That's who I would make, okay? When I was 14 and I started getting into comic books, like 14, 15, the first big arc was her becoming Robin, and I always remember that arc. Okay, you beat it out of me. It was a terrible arc. It was a terrible arc. Not because of her, because of, like, DC didn't want to actually go through with what they promised, which was to make the first female Robin. So, and I've forever been mad about that, and this started this whole spiral of me hate. And then they killed her off in the single worst way possible. They killed her off in the single worst way possible, and then they turned Cassandra Cain, who was my other favorite character into a villain, and I have never forgiven DC for doing that. I am still mad at DC today for doing that. They brought them back. They brought them both back, but I have never forgiven DC for being this shitty and sexist. It made me mad. It is the origin of all of my anger. It is the origin of a lot of things I'm quite mad about in my life. Is this whole thing. Okay. Hey, Layla. Yes, Mr. B sucks. My two favorite character. Okay, my three favorite characters when I four favorite character, three favorite characters. My four favorite characters when I started reading comics were Stephanie Brown, Cassandra Cain, Spider Man, and Kitty Pryde. And on the Marvel side, it was okay. But on the DC side, a lot of problems happened with them. And that Kitty Pryde? Do we not know who Kitty Pryde is? Again, I must mind you, this was like when I was 14, 15 when I started reading these. Oh, yeah. She's an X-Men. She's an X-Men. She's an X-Men. Her power is that she can teleport through walls. She can like pass through walls. Like she can shift through walls. She pops up. She was played by Elliot Page. That's their name right now. It's Elliot. In the X-Men movies. Pretty fun. She's a very fun character. They haven't really known what to do with her in a while, and honestly, I wasn't. Anyway, so those were my four favorite characters. So, and DC did them dirty. So, the first book. Okay, whole story. The first literature book, like straight literature book I ever read, full back to back, was an adaptation of the Batman comic arc. What was it? No Man's Land, where where Gotham City is reduced to a post-apocalyptic wasteland. It's a really good arc. It was written by Greg Pak, I think. It's Pak? It was Pak, or is it Rekka? I always forget sometimes. Of course, it's Nightwing. I know. Yeah. Anyways, and that's the introduce of Cassandra Cain, who is a Batgirl. And I really liked that series, and I really liked her introduction. And my other favorite character was Stephanie Brown, who was promoted to Robin, kind of when I first started reading comics. That was the first big arc I remember. Anyways, so DC has this policy of, by the time I was reading and I was getting into this stuff, and by the time I had this awful policy of what they would do is, like, they got into their head that they needed to bring back all the old characters that they had killed off. Some of them, like, they brought back Hal Jordan, and that wasn't bad because, like, Hal Jordan's death was terrible, and they needed to rectify that. That was honestly kind of a betrayal of Hal Jordan in a lot of ways, what they did. But so they got into their head that people only wanted to read the original characters. Didn't matter that the new fans that had come up had grown attached to these newer characters. No. Only the older characters that the writers themselves read when they were kids mattered. So they started killing off a bunch of these characters. Hi, Kimball. How's it going? Welcome. Cal Bell. Yeah. What happened was, so the impetus was that, like, there couldn't be a female Robin, and they had to bring back the original. There couldn't be a female Robin, and there couldn't be. Anyways, welcome. I'm going on a rant a little bit about DC Comics. And so what they did is they fucking maybe one of the worst deaths in comics ever was Stephanie Brown's death. just a kind of a violent and hateful death. Just kind of, violent and hateful. They had her tortured to death, and it was like, and they kept drawing it as like, and the artist was like, well, yeah, but we got to show her off a little bit, you know, just one of the worst deaths in comics. It was, yeah, it was sexist and violent and awful and just terrible. And then they had Cassandra Cain, who up to this point had been kind of, yeah, that one's pretty. Oh, the freaking Damien accidentally killing him with a. Oh, that's just stupid. The one with Stephanie Brown's original death was hateful, but that one was just stupid. Anyways, and then they had, okay, so Cassandra Cain, should point out, kind of a big deal at the time. No, I don't. Cassandra Cain, kind of. Yes. This was one of my favorite characters, Nymph. This was one of my favorite characters. In a way, I started reading comics when she became a big deal. So I'm still mad about that till this day. They've brought both of these characters back. So, yeah. And then Cassandra Cain. Now, if you've only seen the movie version of Cassandra Cain, the movie version of Cassandra Cain is weird because it's very inaccurate with like how they do it, because like, she's more yeah. She actually behaves a lot more like Stephanie Brown, because in the comics, Cassandra Cain has a lot of strange. Cassandra Cain is kind of noted for being one of the first kind of like disabled characters. She has a bit of a too edgy backstory, in my opinion, but she has a lot of problems speaking. Like, she has real problems like with language is a constant issue with her. Anyways, she's also notable for being the first. I think she was the first Asian woman to get. No, that can't be right. Might be right. She was one of the first Asian women in comics, at least, to get her own comic series. And the thing about it is, Cassandra Cain was popular and sold well. It must be emphasized these two facts happened. She was popular and sold well. I think she was just behind this Batman comics with her series. Anyways, what was really charming in like the comics between the two of them was that Stephanie Brown and Cassandra Cain are good friends, like best friends. Some would argue more than that, and I'm not opposed to that. Yeah. Anyways, I'm not opposed to that, but they're definitely quite close in comics, and it's a very charming relationship, and I like that relationship a lot. Anyways, what am I saying? Yeah, so it has to be emphasized that Cassandra Cain specifically has. Yes, pretty much. Cool. That doesn't sound interesting to me. Though, has has a thing with language. Okay, language, like she has trouble processing language, and it all has to do with her backstory. But that kind of makes her unique in as a character. That kind of makes her unique as a character, and as I don't know exactly what you can map that on into the real world, but I know a lot of people who are sort of on that spectrum. Took a lot of are quite like Cassandra Cain for that. Anyways, so what they did. Here's what they did. They were like, No. Uh, Here's what they did. They they had her turn villain, and now she can not only read but speak Navajo. Yes, he did. No, he killed Jimmy too. He killed Jimmy as well. Speak Navajo. Navajo is one of the most notoriously difficult languages. Is yeah. So to learn, if you're a non-native speaker. So yeah, they made her an expert at languages who gave dramatic villain arcs, and she was like an evil, uh, kind of racist. Yeah, so they did that. They made her an evil villain. I know, Nymph. I know, Nymph. I know. Well, because DC DC Comics doesn't want them to be anything. Well, no, Nymph, you don't understand. Tim Drake, Robin, the boy Robin, he needed a villain, so they made her his villain. So because why would women have characterizations of outside of like their outside of men? Because why would that be a thing? You know? Nope. The only thing that exists is to give men. The only reason that women exist is for storylines to generate stories for men. Stephanie Brown was too popular and too lighthearted of a character. She needed to be a trauma point for Batman to remember as something he failed. And Cassandra Cain was too popular and too interesting of a character, and she's established as being one of the best fighters in DC, and that can't be a thing. So she needs to be a villain for Tim Drake. Yeah. 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 So it was deeply sexist, kind of racist. Kind of racist because she then be turned into like a stereotypical like Asian villain character. There's probably in the modern day there's some stuff that I think needs to maybe change a little, but yeah, no. A woman can't excel. A woman can't be the star of their own series. They need to just be defined by who they're dating. So this is the origin of a lot of things I get mad at. Is the events of those few years where that happened. So yeah, the events of those few years where all this shit went on. Was this what? And this is not even going into the whole Wally West thing. Yeah, well, yeah, and then the event. Then the next thing that happened was they killed off Wally West and brought back Barry Allen, and that's a whole kettle of fish in and of itself, pretty much. Like DC brass made the decision that Barry Allen should return. Anyway, so and listen, Jeff Johns was not responsible for that. Well, he was responsible for the whole Wally West thing. That was kind of his thing, but he wasn't responsible for the like the whole Cassandra Cain Stephanie Brown fiasco. But anyways, what I'm saying is the Cassandra Cain's comic still holds up. There's some dated stuff about it now that isn't great, but that's everything you're gonna read once you get past a couple. But I think it's pretty good in general. Um, and um, Dan DiDio and Jeff Johns still make me angry to this day for all the bullshittery that they pulled. Uh, yeah. Yes. Yeah. No, I agree. I agree. Yeah, and then to top it all off, Nymph, if you're curious, well, how did they fix? They fix. By the way, all that shit gets recanted. They recanted all that stuff. It was so unpopular. They recanted almost everything that they did. That's DC's like whole modus operandi. But if you're curious, you know that terrible Cassandra Cain thing twist? They gave her, yeah. But this created like, if you want the origin of like DC Comics is really negative, uh, yeah, like shitty, position to like their fan base, you can trace it back to those like three decisions really. Uh, Killing off Wally West and replacing it with Barry Allen, the Cassandra Cain's heel turn, and the death of Stephanie Brown. That creates this like really angry like, and honestly, like there's a lot of like shitty like bad actors in the comic book space, that awful like that awful comics and diversity thing, which like that's and when I say that, it's a guy making fun of diverse comics. Like there's a really lot of shitty terrible actors in the comic space, but I feel those decisions created like a real started a real adversarial relationship between the fans that never really healed totally. Um, if you guys don't know about the whole alt right um, kind of gross comic alt right gross comic influencers, don't look them up. They're shitty and terrible, and I hate them all. But when I talk when I talk about like adversarial relationships, I mean like kind of the real deal, like actual fans who love the stuff were very hurt by this. Yeah. Well, the thing is, nobody wanted Stephanie Brown to die, and nobody wanted these characters to die. This was all DC's like decisions. Um, and by the way, I should point out because the original creator for Stephanie Brown is a. I should point out. I don't want this to derail the conversation. I'm just going to point it out there and leave it out there. The original creator for Stephanie Brown, the original writer who created her, he is a huge piece of garbage. Uh, and I want, and even though I am a fan of some of it, and I want nothing to do with him, even though I praise some of the stuff he's worked on. He is an absolute huge piece of garbage, and I hope I never have to hear him talk again. Okay. Uh, if you're curious, if you're curious, my opinions on the man. So yeah, that was. Um, yeah, that was the whole. That's so. Um, he's like a super. I don't want to get too political, but I don't know. Fuck it. I don't care. Oh, he's like a super duper far right jackass now, and all he does is like complain about like diversity in comics and stuff. You know, and he writes. He was essentially fired for like screaming like being an awful person. Yeah, so and he works with like Vox Machina or something now. If you remember a few years back, there was that story of the alt right superhero universe that they were attempting to create. And they got scammed out of all this money. Yeah, that was him. He was a good writer at one point, but he fell into this kind of garbage. Yeah, that was he was involved in that. So, I mean, I don't want you to look him up. It's Chuck Dixon. Yeah. So, I mean, don't look him up. Don't like that. That's kind of what I'm saying. I'm just like disavowing him because whenever I get into this discussion, I have to like go like, oh yeah, and he became like a huge asshole, and I hate him now. So, um, yeah, yeah. So, but it's like, yeah. So Chuck Dixon, I'm calling you out there. You've made some stories I really like, and I kind of wish, and I really resent that because, but you are a flaming jackass, and I have no reservations saying that. Because arguably one of his most successful creations was screwed over by sex. Anyway, it's anyways. And he doesn't seem to. I just it's just it frustrates me when like a writer I like starts doing stuff like that because at one point I did legitimately consider him a writer I really liked, and then he was like he went off on the deep end on that. So terrible pick, right? Snyder. By the way, I'm terrified now because this is real. Snyder's latest project looks kind of good, and I'm terrified that I might end up liking it. I'm gonna watch it at some point, but like, uh, apparently he wasn't that involved with it. He just kind of came up with the idea. He kind of came up with like the idea for it and let other people be in charge of that. So maybe that's why it's good. But I'm terrified that he is. There's something I don't know. I don't like Zack Snyder, which is I don't know. Maybe there's a world I could like him, but I find his stuff so I don't know. Welcome to the rearrival. Anyways, so yeah, that's the DC speech. And I feel like at least my generation of comic book fans have never totally got over that whole controversy. The wa- and by the way, I'm underselling it how big of a disaster it was getting rid of Wally West because Wally West was the Flash to many people after a certain point. Yeah, he's a better pick for Batman than he is for Superman. He was a terrible pick for Superman. They always make this mistake of trying to make Superman darker, which is never a great idea. My art is off for tonight. Ugh. it's funny because if any character should get like a Marvel-esque movie, it probably should be Superman, but they always make them. I don't know. Anyways, sorry, this is turning into I'm just complaining. Sorry, this is me turning into I'm just complaining about DC Comics again, which I try not to do. By the way, DC Comics is doing more interesting things now. They fired the old. Oh, by the way, okay. One last complaint about Dan DiDio and the way he ran things. So the editor who was in charge of a lot of this was a guy named Dan DiDio. Was a guy named Dan DiDio, and his whole influence, is somewhat nebulous. According to some writers, he would, if there was a really unpopular idea that a writer did, he would take the credit for it, so the writer wouldn't get blamed, which should be lauded. But I'm going to tell you something now that's going to make you really hate him. Young people are. Dan DiDio. I'm going to try and word this in appropriate words for what he was doing exactly. Dan DiDio made it a habit of protecting kind of notoriously gross people who did bad things. Like, there was one editor he was trying to protect who, and the way he protected it, he was that. So DC Comics, if you're unaware of how DC Comics is structured, and this is how both major comics things are structured, you have editors for certain characters, pretty much. So, like, Superman is his own department. You have a team handling the Superman comics, and you have a team handling the Batman comics. And there's a guy in charge. I don't know if it's always a guy, but it's been pretty much a guy. Yeah, exactly. And there's a guy in charge who is, who heads the thing. So the Superman editor for a long time while Dan DiDio was there was a guy named Eddie Ben Gazzara. I forget how to say his name. And Eddie was not a good dude. And when I say one of the ways that they protected him was to make sure that no women worked in Superman comics for a long time. You should get the hint of why he wasn't a good dude. Anyways, and this was an open secret for a long time in the comic book industry. Yeah, I don't want to go into further detail than that, but I just want to emphasize shitty people are everywhere and they hurt. I guess is the lesson. Anyways, I did not go into full detail. That's what I want to emphasize. This was an open secret, and it was revealed. By the way, it was revealed after. So my favorite comic imprint of all time was Vertigo Comics. I still love Vertigo to this day. It's probably the home of like some of my favorite comics ever. Anyways, and for a long time it was being headed up by a woman editor, but I don't know. I'm bad at names. Anyways, it was being headed by a woman editor who, like, Vertigo Comics is so important in like the history of comics. It's maybe the single most important imprint ever in comic book history. Anyway, so Dan DiDio fired her after being this massively influential figure who brought new artistry and acclaim to comics, and they kept Eddie Ben Gazzara, and that was Eddie along. So yeah, so I don't like Dan DiDio very much. I don't know if that the hint has come through. I think creatively his time at DC was marred by a lot of bad decisions, and I think personally and professionally, he was a garbage human being. Yeah. So, I think it's much better run now. Yeah. And I don't like, by the way, I don't take any pleasure in like going like, "Oh, I didn't like his stuff and he's also a bad person." I would have much rather him be a bad writer and an editor and be an okay person behind the scenes. I would rather people not get hurt to prove some point I have about like tastes, like what is and isn't good art. If they made shitty art and they were just a fine person behind the scenes, whatever. But it's aggravating. It's aggravating. Anyways, him and his whole like cadre of like douches behind the scenes. I'm happy that they got removed and fired, and we're in a better new world. Yeah. Tom Tyler, Jaden, is the guy who wrote Injustice. If you're curious, Tom Tyler, who is a writer I'm not a particular fan of either, honestly. Okay, so that's my whole speech. And this is not, by the way, this is not to imply that DC makes bad comics. There's a lot of good comics that are made, but there's a whole system. And I don't know necessarily if Marvel is any better. Not as many stories have come out about Marvel. Who knows? That just might mean there aren't as many, but that also might mean just people aren't talking about stuff that goes on behind the scenes of Marvel. So, like, the biggest controversy about with Marvel Comics is the editor. Is the editor impersonated a Japanese person for many years of his life so he could write comics, which was, pretty weird, dude. Pretty weird. Yeah. I don't like Injustice. I'm sick of it. Yeah, I don't. Tom Taylor is a guy I don't really get, honestly, as a writer. And he once responded to me very kindly on Twitter. So when I had a Twitter account, so I'm inclined to be nice to him because of that. So he was very nice to me one time on Twitter, so I'm inclined to be very nice to him on that account. But I wish I liked his comics better. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, so that's my whole DC. I don't really know much about like the current management of DC. So I know that they're younger, and some people are whining about that because it's not all white people now. Whatever. I don't know, whatever. There's some non-white people there, and it's frustrating me because anyway. But I'm also like kind of disconnected from modern stuff lately. I haven't actually read comics in a bit. I kind of miss it. If you guys aren't aware, that this channel used to be primarily me talking about comics. Like I would make most of the videos I would make were about like different comics, and I kind of fell off of that. And I don't know. I want to get back into it at some point, but yeah. I mean, here's the thing about all of that. What all these guys are doing is they're ripping off Mark Waid, who did a similar had a similar comic called Kingdom Come, and that's considered one of those like kind of legendary, amazing comics where the Joker kills Lois Lane, and Mark engaging in the women in refrigerators thing is not the greatest, but And in that comic, yeah, I mean, yeah, that counts. What did you read? Can I guess, Tato? Did you read Smile? Was it those Smile comics? I knew it was a Smile comic. I've never read those. I know those are like a big deal, but I've never read those. Did you like them? I mean, that counts. I mean, yeah. Well, not in the comic that they're all kind of cribbing from. Um, Superman just gets depressed and doesn't appear for years because he's just so racked by depression. And the world kind of falls to crap because of it. Anyways. Kurt Busiek did a really good. Listen, I don't want to keep bringing up Kurt Busiek, but if you want a good example of how to do like superheroes right, usually it's Kurt Busiek's Astro City will guide you the way to doing good superhero storytelling. Like, just always look for... Yeah. Pretty much. Well, if you want great like storytelling using superhero characters, the series I always recommend everybody is Astro City. Um, Look to that if you want a particularly like great comic book about superheroes. Um, Kurt Busiek does a good version of that. Anyways, like the thing about it is, and I don't know, I feel like if I could, I feel like comic discourse is quite toxic in a lot of ways. So there's a little part of me that tries to like avoid getting too intense with this stuff because I'm like, I don't want to. Yeah, yeah, it's absurd, really. Listen, superheroes don't make sense if you think about them for a second. If you think about superheroes for a second, none of it makes sense. I always call it like a House of Cards trope. It's like in the real world this would not happen, but we have to understand that this is a fantasy world. This is in some ways a fantasy world, and we must just accept this as the truth of that. Because like, why would... Yeah. Oh, that was objectively absurd when they did that in Man of Steel. I found it so funny, like in the next movie, that They did. They had to. They had to justify it, and they went like repeatedly. Superman is not in the city. But here's the thing, everybody. Yeah. Here's the thing we must all remember. Isn't it kind of fun to watch a city get destroyed? Let's be honest with ourselves. Isn't it kind of fun to see a city get destroyed? To watch all that destruction? Yes, that have we figured out why they're doing it? Yeah, that's why Godzilla movies are fun. You want to see the city get destroyed. Yeah, so that's why they do that. It doesn't make sense. Doesn't make a fairer and more equal society, but it is also objectively cool to see a city get smashed. Yes. Theoretically, there's a lot of if you gain superpowers, there would be a lot more logical ways that could help people using those gifts. But isn't it cooler to watch people dress up in colorful costumes and fight other people in colorful costumes? Isn't that more fun than not doing that? Politics. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, they're just terrible. Yeah. There is a comic where they basically do that, and it is very bad. Don't. I would suggest. There's this terrible DC comic, and I don't know why you would do this. I don't know why you would do this. But there's this terrible DC comic where they reveal the political affiliations of different superheroes. And I'm like, oh, why would you do that? Doesn't that sound awful? Like, why would you want that? Um, and the thing is, here's the thing: they don't even do it with like the big characters. They reveal it with like some of the characters, and then they have some of the other characters like kind of demure on it. Like I don't think they reveal who Superman or Batman are supporting. Like they have Batman like support an independent political candidate who seems to. Anyways, it's so dumb. I it's such a I don't know. What are you doing, Judd Winnick? You want a Pulitzer Prize? Why are you writing garbage like this? Power Girl is a Republican. Didn't they? I thought they did at one point. Power Girl is a Republican. I don't know if you know this, guys. Power Girl, she's Republican. Okay. Return when your internet. Uh, I mean, you can look her up. I made a video about her a while back, and my mom was very shocked by this character. Uh, Google Power Girl. You'll be quite surprised with what this character is. Let's see, do I have a... Yeah, I do. Let's see. I don't know. She hasn't appeared in any of the, like, in the movies or the shows yet. I don't think so. This is Power Girl. She is technically... Yeah, she's adorable. She's technically an alternative universe Supergirl. It's complicated. Superheroes are complicated. Yeah. She, yes. Yeah. She is quite an attractive design. Yes, she has quite an attractive design. I don't think she's appeared in any movies yet. Right? She's... Yeah, I think that's her only official appearance in any DC thing, and they don't even name her. Just because her whole backstory is such a cluster. Because she's technically a Supergirl from she's Supergirl from an alternative universe. Yeah. She has a great design. She always has had a great design. She was played by cult member Allison Mack in an animated movie once. Oh, I should mention that. That was for Robin. I was bringing that up particularly for Robin. Yeah, Earth 2. So yeah, okay. So there's Earth 1 and there's Earth 2, which was so the basic idea with no, I'm drawing Stephanie Brown. We talked about her so much, I figured I'd draw her. Um, so Earth One is like the mainline DC universe, and the idea behind DC Earth Two was it was the DC universe that happened in real time. So it's like instead of like like so like Batman was Batman in like the 20s and 30s. So like the Earth um, flowed at like so he was old by the time in the modern day. And Supergirl, what Power Girl is the Supergirl of that universe. Um, I a little bit, yeah. She's never had. I don't know. She's yet to have her breakout like comic moment in my opinion, where she like becomes like a big deal. Like I feel like she's always on the verge of having that big moment in comic book history, where she'll become like one of the popular characters in DC. But it just never happens. It just hasn't happened yet, and I don't know. There's a few of these characters that are like theoretically could become popular at some point, but they've just never been able to 100% nail the character. Like I don't know. I tried reading her miniseries. They wrote no. She has new powers. They changed her powers. She has like psychic powers now or something. So, yeah. Some people are complaining about that. I honestly think it's a good idea because part of the problem is her whole it might it's I think it's not a bad idea to give her a different power set just because it's sometimes she gets because of her whole thing she gets confused with like um Supergirl a lot, so it might be a good idea to like separate her just a tiny bit, even though technically she is Supergirl. They tried to make her an Atlantean princess. Yeah, well, at one point, but that didn't take. You can't change too much of the backstory, by the way. Okay, I mean, well, it's called. You got to be a little bit creative. Yeah, there's. You didn't know that? Yeah, there's a Supergirl. Kara Zor-El, Superman's cousin. I don't know if you're being facetious or not, but yes, there is a Supergirl. That's Superman's cousin, Kara. There was a whole TV show. They made a TV show about her. Good comic. If you want to read, comic recommendation. If you want to read about Kara, a good one is they made something called Supergirl: Woman of Tomorrow. I really like that one. It's about Supergirl turning 21 and traveling, and she decides to travel the universe, go deep into space so she can get a drink and experience alcohol, and then she gets involved in like um, dark space stuff. Gets involved in with a couple of a revenge scheme by a girl going after a space pirate. Um, it's really good. Yes, that is the comic the movie's going to adapt. Is that one? Uh, it's about yeah, it's a really good one. It's about like it's space and adventuring, and I like it when superheroes go to space. I always think that's fun. Yes, that is the one. That is Tom King. Tom King is one of my favorite comic book authors. No, even though he's made one absolutely nightmarishly bad one. No, okay. So Supergirl isn't affected by alcohol in because of Earth's yellow sun. So she turns, but on her 21st birthday. Well, that's the arrogance of Jeff Johns that bugs me. So because she turns 21, so she wants to experience a drink. So she heads deep into a space where there's a red sun. So she doesn't have her powers. She can experience buying a drink for her 21st birthday, and that sets off a bunch of problems. Because on Earth she can't get drunk. Yeah, isn't that frustrating? What are you talking about, Jaden? Jaden, what are you talking about? Jeff Johns is in charge with a spaceship. Jeff Johns is in charge. Jeff Johns wrote Flashpoint, so Flashpoint should keep getting adapted over and over and over again because Jeff Johns likes Flashpoint. Yeah. Well, no, she has a spaceship because the spaceship her father sent her in to escape Krypton. So she still has that spaceship, and that's what she flies, I believe. Jeff Johns is. Yeah, well, Krypton was being destroyed, and she needed to get out of Krypton. Yes, win gift. Zor-El. Zor-El, good gift giver. If you're curious, about like some world building stuff, that's kind of how like Kryptonian names work. Is like it's Kal El, Jor El, Zor El. Ugh, I just feel off. Do you ever have art days like this where it's just like, I just can't get it right? You just can't get it right no matter what you do? That's what I feel like right now. Doesn't that suck? Yeah. Well, you're not a machine, so you can't get it right all the time, but I feel very frustrated. Because I'm like, I was doing really good yesterday, and like today I'm just like, whatever. No! 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 What? No! Jaden, they're cousins! No! No, that's weird. What? No! And she's like 18. Well, 21 now, but he's like in his mid 30s. Jaden. I mean, Jaden. Oh. No, I'm good. I'm good. Where did that come from? What? Anyways. Um. Where do you think Metropolis is located? Hey, Day Tripper. Good to see you. Illinois? Yeah. Smallville said it was in Kansas. How's it going, Trip? That is funny. Uh, One day I should do a live reading of some old Superman comics because they're very funny. They're very old Superman comics are very funny in a really bizarre way, and I'd like to do a deep dive into them because they're like so weird. I didn't particularly, the thing is, I didn't particularly like old Superman comics until I started reading. Like, I mean, I like Superman fine, but he wasn't my favorite. And then I started reading his old comics, and they're wild, guys. Oh my god, these are some of the most out of pocket stories I've ever read. I need people to understand that. Yeah, that is literally like the first issue. Is like Supergirl arrives on Earth, and Superman is like, oh, "I have family. I'm connected. I'm going to drop you off in an orphanage now, and never talk or see you again. Talk to or see you again." Yes, that is a thing. Jaden, we must stop this. Yes, we must stop this. This is very weird. I don't. I want to keep having this conversation. Anyways, yes, I'm somewhat aware of those comics you're talking about, but yeah. Yeah. Thank God! Thank God! Why? Why must we continue with this? No, it's not a tradition on Krypton because Krypton isn't real. Why are we continuing with this? Oh my God, can we please stop? Oh, what brought this on? What brought this on? What are we doing? Why this conversation? I don't know. Maybe no. Super, I don't know. There's a few good ones. Like I don't know. There's some really bummer Supergirl comic. Actually, Supergirl comics are not terrible. They're like back. I read a bunch because they're backups usually in Superman comics, and they're okay, like young adult esque tales. Like there's nothing. There's some like real bummer. Sure. There's like some real bummer there's this terrible I don't know. I want to talk about it, but it's complicated. There's this like terrible thing with her horse. That just but I don't know. I think Supergirl would work better as like a TV series. I mean, I get there was a TV series, but if they were going to adapt from the comics, maybe I don't know. I've always wondered. I've always wondered why there was never a pitch of where Supergirl lives with Clark as and I've always wondered why that was never a pitch as a thing. But man, I may have pushed myself a little bit too much last night. Sure. I mean, there's a crossover. There's been a few Supergirls. There was a crossover that I quite liked with the original, where they with the that was a nice one. But where so there's been one or two Supergirls. Kara Zor-El is the mainline one, and that's the famous one, and that's the one that almost always gets adapted. And that's the popular one, and that's probably the one they should keep. But there was a few other attempts to build Supergirl. Yeah. So like, okay, so like, there was this whole DC thing for a while where it was said that Clark could be the only survivor of Krypton, and it was not. It comes from an okay place, that whole idea, because like, uh, the Silver Age comics kind of like put too many Kryptonians in the cast, so much so that there was like, so I think it wasn't terrible for them to go like, you know what, we've maybe put in too many Kryptonians, and Clark is a little bit less interesting now. Let's reduce that, which I don't mind, but it had this knock-on effect that they got rid of the original Supergirl because she was Kryptonian. Um, Whatever. So they tried to introduce a few different ones. Like there was morph. There was the morph Kryptonian where it's like Supergirl, where it was like Lex Luthor created this um, uh, created a version of Supergirl where it's like it was a robot who turned into a version of Supergirl, and then there was like an angel Supergirl who was like half, who was revealed to be an angel using the Supergirl name, which, and that character was never super popular, but it had some fans, and the writer behind it is a decent writer, although he says some stuff. He apologized for that stuff, but that must be remembered. Um, uh, so he created this crossover called, it's like Two Blondes or something, where the original Supergirl meets up with that one, and that he was pitching that as like a possible new series where those two are friends, and that was a really that was a really cute comic, and I really liked that. Unfortunately, it never went through, and they had to like not do it. But um, if you yeah, they could adapt that. Um, the Superman the animated series got around this pretty easily by introducing the planet of Argo, which was right next to Krypton and was also destroyed. And Superman finds, and instead of being from Krypton, she's from Argon. If you're curious, yeah, if you're curious where these names come from, why do they call it Krypton and Argon? Krypton and Argon are both noble gases on the periodic table. Oh my God, Tato! Yeah, holy heck, Tato! I loved The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I've reread those books like a million times. I've listened to the original series. I've watched the original TV show. That's one of my favorite things of all time is Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Did you what did you which version did you see? Did you see the movie? Uh, have you read the books yet? The books are really good. If you haven't read the books, you should, I would recommend. They were like my favorite books as a young man. Okay, Jaden. Good night. And I still reread them periodically. I love those books so much. This was there was also a TV show in the 70s, I believe, and it started as a radio series. If you're curious, that's if you're curious. Yeah. If okay, let's draw Arthur Dent. Now I want to draw Arthur Dent. If you're curious, it started way back as a radio series. Not wait. It's not as weird as it sounds. Just because in England they never stopped making radio series. Like that's still a popular format in England is to make radio shows. What did you think of the movie? It's awesome. I'm so happy. You have no idea how happy that makes me that you like Hitchhiker's Guide. That's like my favorite thing in the world. I reread those books obsessively. I'm psyched that you like that. That's great. That's great that you're into that. Okay. Holy nymph! That's freaking beautiful. Look at this. Look. I'm gonna show this thing that nymph did. Show this thing that nymph did. Nymph, you deserve your moment, and you deserve your moment of praise. Look at this thing. Look at this thing Nymph is working on. That is absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. It slays. It rules. It's prep, if I'm using that word correct. It's Fire Skull Heart. It's a Fire Skull Heart. Okay. I'll leave it on. I do find, anyways, I do find it funny that how that word is transmogrified in the last few years, but they'll never get it. It's the secret to life, universe, and everything. Uh, tempted. Can I? I'm. Let's see. One second. I'm trying to figure out something in the background right here. Yay! Hey Howard, how's it going? It's fun to be tired, and art is fun. It's fun to be tired. We're gonna look at Corpse's other drawing. Oh, look at that. That's very nice. I like it. How's it going, Howard? I'm just currently working on something right now in the background here, seeing if I can do something. How's it going, Howard? Oh, thanks. I'm trying. I feel like today is an off art day. for me. Oh yes, you were praising Nymph, of course. Yes, Nymph is the one who gets to be praised. Should be praised. Thank you, Amazon, for being annoying. Thank you, Amazon, for being annoying. Thank you, Amazon, for being annoying. Really appreciate it. I mean, I love Amazon. Please don't stop sending me money, Twitch. Hey, hey, Tata. I want to get you an early. I want to get you an early birthday gift. I want to get you an early birthday gift. Um, Now, Amazon owns Twitch. I need an email for this, but I don't give away your like personal information. But if you have like a burner email, I could send this to. Okay. It's official. It has to be an email. Unfortunately, I'm getting Tato. Yeah. I'm getting. It feels weird, but I'm giving Tato a something. Uh, I'm sending Tato a book. Yeah, send me a private DM of whatever email you'll use. Over, you know how to do that over Discord? Okay. No, that's why I'm saying pick a burner. Yeah, you're probably. I'm sending. I'm sending you Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Man, it's so. If it's so rare that kids are interested in these things. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Oh, Got something better. Should have just looked this up first. How about this instead? Free copy of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy right here. Yeah, you're right. I promise it was. I was going. Listen, I never get. Listen. You have no idea how rare it is for me to find a kid who's interested in anything like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I've tried to convince so many kids in my life to get into this. I wasn't gonna. It was. I wasn't gonna. I wasn't gonna ship things. No, I agree with you. I agree with you. It would. I. No. Nip. I agree with you. I wasn't gonna ship. It was a digital book I was gonna send. I was sending a digital book. Yes. I would never do that. I would never do that. Oh Jesus, what must you think of me? I was Jesus, what must you think of me? I was asking for an email. I needed to. That's why I was saying, give me a burner email. I would never. I would. Oh my God! I would never do something like that. No, I was sending. I was sending. I was gonna send it. I was gonna send a digital book. I was gonna send like a, I was just. I was gonna send a digital book. I. That's what I was. That's what I was trying to do. That's why I needed an email. Oh, what must you think of me? No, I know that. I was just gonna send. I was just gonna send. I was just gonna send. That's why I was saying don't. Also, don't give me a real one. Yeah, no. It's. I was gonna give Tato the complete Hitchhiker's Guide. Okay, we've all established that I wasn't gonna do something weird. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, good. I am a normal human being with. I am. Yes. I would never. I know the internet. I would never. I would never do that. Of course, that would be weird. Anyways. Yeah, no worries. I mean, I'm happy to like. No, I'm just so. No worries, no worries. I get it. I get. It would be very weird. It would be very weird if I were to go like, "Hey, child, can you send me your address so I can send you things?" Yeah, no, I would get why that would be very weird. was asking for an email address. Email address. Anyways. Now that we've got that bit of bother. Yeah, I know. I get that. I get that. But you also need an email address to send people something. You actually don't need an email address, by the way, to send people stuff. Which is because I know because I've done that before to family members. To family members, like for gifts. I never. I for like birthday gifts and stuff. I've sent like family members and friends things, but yeah, you don't actually need. Yeah. Not much is different, but we're all underwater. Yeah. Yeah, it has rings. They don't talk about it as much. Uh they don't talk about it as much, but it does. How can a young potato grow up in a place with no gravity? Must have been very lonely to be the only potato on Mars. Yeah. You know what the thing they never talk about health concern wise is um they say like don't go out and eat candy all the time. You know what the one thing they never talk about is when you learn how to make those baked goods yourselves, that's when things get really bad. Like, because I know how to make meringue cookies. I make excellent meringue cookies, by the way. And there was a period in my life where every day when I got home, I would just quickly make a couple of meringue cookies. I mean, cake is just so simple and easy to make. Yeah. Man, I love. Ooh, that sounds delicious. What's like the best thing you can make? What's the best thing you guys know how to make? Howard, if you're still here, what's like the best thing you know how to make? Mine is mine is meringue cookies. I'm very good at making those at the moment. Yeah, I mean that's good, but it's not as delicious as cake. Delicious, delicious cake. What's your favorite type of cake? Do you know that? Fun fact. Do you know that German cake is actually English? The reason we call it German cake is because the guy who created it was name. His name was German. It's Edward German, I believe, is his name, and he was an Englishman. Meringue cookies are really easy to make, Tato. If you're curious, um, if people are curious how to make meringue cookies, they're very simple to make. You just need cream of the one real ingredient you'll need is cream of tartar, and usually people have that at home. So what you do is you crack a few eggs, you separate you need egg whites for it. You need a few egg whites, and what you do is you put a little cream of tartar in the egg whites, which will yes, and sugar, but that comes in late. That comes in later. It's very important that that comes in later because you need to do you need to do one step first before you put. So you crack you take out the yolks. You only want the whites. You put that in. You put a little cream of tartares. You take your baking thing, and what you do is one of the fun things is what you do is you spin it until it becomes like creamy white because the cream of tartar does a thing where it'll just like turn the egg whites into like these kind of like beautiful like snowy white, like almost snow looking things. It's kind of amazing, and you do that until it's like nice and high, and then you mix in sugar with it, and then you bake it for a couple minutes, and that's all you really need to do to make meringue cookies. They're like one of the easiest things in the world to make. They're essentially like sugary snow or sugary clouds. Yes, that's meringue. I do like meringues. You know, chocolate chip cookie, of course, classic. Yes, delicious. I once made chocolate chip cookies, but I put in orange peel to the cookie. That stuff, guys, that stuff was absolutely delicious. I put in some orange peel once. That was amazing. I mean, I like snickerdoodles. Have you guys had snickerdoodles? They're like sugar cookies. Okay, better question. Worst type of cookie. What's the cookie you hate? Sugar cookie? Oh, yeah, those are bad. Um, yeah, gross. Raisin brand. I hate Raisin brand. You know why I hate Raisin brand? I'm stealing a bit from a comedian. I don't remember who, but come sue me if you want to, comedian. Why I hate Raisin Bran is because it's a trick. It's a trick of a cookie. You look at it and you go like, ooh, a chocolate chip cookie, and then you bite into it and it's a terrible Raisin Bran. It tricks you. Nobody's first instinct is, ooh, delicious Raisin Bran. Omo cookies aren't bad. It's a lie. And that's the worst part, is it lies to you. Okay, eternal question. Eternal question. This determines your personality. You know, like in the Diversion series, this is the real personality questionnaire. I'm trying to. Is that a young people's reference? Am I being young? Am I successfully making young people references? Um, Cake or pie? What do you prefer? What about you, Tato? Cake or pie? Monsters! Monsters of the highest order. That is such a jerk move. Right? Isn't that terrible? That's the cruelty of Raisin Bran is the Okay, you have two options before you. You have a cake and a pie. You can only have one. What it does. It does. And I know they're pretty much the same thing, but one is red and thus my eye respond it has a brighter color and my eye responds to that. I do like red velvet cake. Yeah, exactly. Pie does make you put in a lot of work. You ever wonder why there's no savory cakes? I think about this a lot. We have savory pies, but we never have any savory cakes. What's your favorite type of pie? Gim! Gim! Giving them old 1-2 old punch, yeah. Ooh, lemon meringue? Yeah, that's pretty darn good pie. Have you had a lemon meringue? Do like me some lemon meringue. Mm. Have you had chocolate meringue? Have you ever heard of that? Chocolate meringue pie? That exists. Yes. They're very good. The store here occasionally has them. I think they might even be Nutella, if I'm not mistaken. That's a darn good pie. I like some key lime. You know what I also like? In the cake section at least? Coffee. Have you ever had coffee cake? I like how we're talking about different types of cakes. Yeah. Isn't it weird that I assume we're all Americans, right? We're all from the good old US of A, right? Isn't it weird that we in the US have eat cake for breakfast? Like we have cake for breakfast. They're pretty darn good. I will admit that. I will admit that, Tato. I love donuts. Yeah, I think we need more sugar. I agree. We don't have enough of it in our diets. America innovates on this, Tato. We're innovators. By the way, I don't. I'm not. Well, I probably could stand to eat maybe a little bit healthier, possibly. I mean, I actually don't eat that bad, but it's my big problem is I'm constant. I don't get enough exercise because I'm constantly doing things like this. But yeah, I'm not like a judge. I'm not like a. It's fine. I think people have a little candy or sweets or something, but it is quite funny. I think sometimes it. What's your fa- What's your favorite sweet? Would you say? I like Oreos personally. It's someone. Someone. Hey, okay. Rand, it's totally not Tato again, is it? Okay, hey, so random question. You guys want to you guys want to goose the numbers a little bit on my stream? No, not at all. You guys want to help commit streamer fraud a little bit? Because I know a bit of a hack to like artificially increase the numbers on YouTube. We've done it before and it's worked. Okay, so do you guys know how? Okay, this all depends. You have to be at a computer to do it. Are you at a computer? If you're not at a computer, it doesn't work, unfortunately. Are you guys at like a computer? Can't be on your phone. No, this isn't botting. I can. This is not botting. I know this isn't botting because this is a glitch in this is a glitch in YouTube's the way YouTube processes streaming that they may have fixed, but we'll see. Okay, so I'll tell you what the deal is. YouTube cannot tell the difference between a separate tab and a separate computer watching. So if you want to increase the number of people watching your streams, what you do is you get people who are on a computer and you just get them to open a ton of tabs. Yeah, but it has to. The trick is it all has to be going on at the same time. It all has to be going on at the same time. That's part of the trick. So you get them to open and watch a bunch of tabs at the same time. Maybe it works with phones. Yeah, so it's a way to kind of like increase your viewership. I've done it with some friends before where we do that, where we just try and artificially increase it. It's fun. It really does work. We jump this up to like, we'll see if it works on your phone, Tato. I don't know if it will, but I know it works on computer. It's fun because we like artificially will jump it up to like 30 people watching. The guy I learned this from, he did it. He had it where it was like 20,000 people watching. It made him the biggest. It made him like one of the biggest streams of all time for a minute before YouTube. His problem is that he told YouTube that he was doing this, so YouTube slowed it down. Anyways, so that's how you can commit. That's how you can commit streaming fraud a little bit on YouTube. Yeah, but you have to. It's unfortunately it only works on a computer. Don't do that. We can do this. We'll do this another time. Just relax. I mean, if you want to, but I don't. No, just relax. I don't want anybody to have to like. It is funny how eventually, like, one of the streamers will become like totally not use. Uh, like, it's funny. Like, I'm pretty much only talking to people on YouTube right now, even though this is going out to Twitch, both Twitch and the other site. I always find that funny how eventually, like, throughout the night. Oh boy, this arm got too big. Kind of looks like an AI arm, honestly. Yeah. Don't worry. We'll do it another time. Don't worry. Just relax. One thing I find with art, I don't know if you've noticed this, is like if you get too. Yes, it would. I mean, if you want to, go ahead. It would be funny. It really does work. You can get it up to like 20, 30 people by doing it. I mean, watch. I'll do it. I have a secret other computer I'm observing things on. Okay. Takes a second. Oh, let's see if I can get it up to like 10 views, just because. By the way, YouTube keeps screwing me over like out of watch time hours, so I'm doing this as partial revenge because I know a trick in their system. I know a trick. I know this trick because I saw a video of a guy doing it. Okay, give it a second. Because last night I did a 6 hour stream and they're only counting like 2 hours of it for like watch time, even though I had people in my room almost the whole time. So, vengeance will be mine. Yeah, I should at least get 6 hours from that, and it's like, let's see. It worked before. They may have fixed this glitch now, so it might not even work again. So give it a second. They might have fixed the glitch, so it might not even work anymore. So who knows? But we'll see if it does. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Let's see what they're giving me now. Yep, 2 hours. I streamed for 6, and they're giving me 2. I'm thrilled. man, it might not work anymore. Wait, give it a minute. Give it a minute. Yeah, isn't that crappy? You know, when I was a when I was a young boy I think I was in the fourth grade. Yeah. Well, I'm basing her. Yeah. Oh, there it is. There it is. Now the. Aha! It's working. It always takes a second to work. Yeah, that jump up. That's me. I'm doing that. I have like 5 or 6 tabs open on here. Ah, they always. Yeah, it'll. Yeah. So part of it. Did I tell you about the book? This book I'm working on, guys. I don't know if you've been here for this. Damn it! Now it's at 3. Give it a second; it'll go up again. Oh yeah, so I've got this book. It's actually written for the most part. I'm editing it right now, and the editing always takes forever to do because you want it to be good, and you want it to be professional, and you also get very judgmental about yourself when you're editing. Um, Now it's 3. It's been lost. Uh, okay. Do you guys are you guys fantasy fans? Have you ever played D&D Nymph? Anyway, so it's about an orc pro wrestler. It's about a pro wrestler orc. That's the basic. Do you ever want to? That's the basic. That's the basic pitch. It's about an orc who becomes a pro wrestler, and I'm hoping to make it like a series of books following her career. Following her career as she grows from like a small unknown wrestler to the one of the world's most famous. Anyway, so I'm a little bit. I'm trying to. I've hired a few artists to draw the cover, and honestly I've not been that impressed with many of them. But so I'm trying to practice so much that maybe I can do it. That's the basic premise. It's this, and like it's a little bit. She plays a villain on stage in the ring, but in real life she's nice and all that stuff. I hope he. Anyway, so it's been something I've been working on for a couple of months. Yeah. Sounds like a fun idea, right? People seem to be into that when I explain that to them. Although you have to understand what it. Do you guys know what orcs are? Like, anyways. Hopefully that doesn't come. I don't. I'm never sure what people know. Anyways, so I thought that was like a fun. I thought that was a fun idea. Yes. Good. Listen, I legitimately don't know what people know anymore. Ah, it's back to 8. Haha! I knew it was working. Anyways, we should play. Would you ever? Would you? Yes, I think that's me. I think that's me influencing this. They screwed me out of my watch time last time, so I'm gonna screw them. I'm gonna screw them now because I'm mad. I guess theoretically I could. Would you ever be theoretically interested in playing D&D, Nymph? Tato? Well, no. Probably not. I've been trying to put it. I've been thinking about putting a D game together. Um, that I would DM at some point. Would that be something? Maybe we could do spell jammers. Have you ever heard of Spelljammer? Ooh, Spelljammers is fun. Spelljammers is basically D&D in space. It's about adventurers who travel out. It's about adventurers who travel out into space on magic ships. It's a space jam. Come on and everybody get up. We're gonna jam now. Pretty much. It's fun though. Or we could just do traditional D&D. What type of character do you think you would? What type of character do you think you would play in the D&D game? Everybody get up. Do a jam now. Space jam, space jam, space jam. Okay. If you're curious, by the way, I know one. I think I know which one you'd be interested in playing. I think I know which one you would be interested in playing. I have a theory about which one that you might be interested in. Okay. Let me get D&D Beyond out. So let me log in. So I used to like D&D and Beyond a lot because it used to be quite fun. Okay, create a character. Okay. Let's see. Fictional someone. Okay, let's see. The free race. There's paid races that you can buy, which I find honestly a little bit annoying, but whatever. Okay, classic ones are dwarf, elf, halfling, human, D&D Beyond. Then there's bird, essentially bird, gnomes, Goliath. Here's my I think you might be into Dragonborn. A Dragonborn is a half human, half dragon creature. Then there's half orcs, halflings, humans, rock gnomes, tieflings. and Aesmere, which are essentially angels. So tieflings or tieflings, I'm never sure exactly how you're supposed to say it. They're essentially they're essentially now tieflings are a thing that got D&D in a bit of trouble back in the day. If you've never heard of, I mean, you can play goblin. I don't know. Can you can you can? I'm sure you can if you want to. There's a ton of expanded races, by the way. One thing that bugs me is like, okay, so if you're curious, you might also like to, knowing your particular affinity for characters with horns, you might like tieflings. These are what tieflings look like. Yeah, right? They're very good looking. Can you guess maybe what the issue was? Yeah, people tend to like, yeah. Can you? Okay, this one might be more clear. What got D&D into a lot of trouble? It was very stupid trouble. Um, by the way, that they got into. Uh, sure. Maybe. No. So tieflings are essentially. No. What do these characters maybe remind you of? Red horned creatures with tails. Well, possibly racism. You can always assume racism. Yeah. So there was this very stupid. There we go. Tato knows what it was. Yeah, there was this whole moral outrage for a few years about D&D that it was secretly worshiping Satan. Yeah. Dumb, right? Dumb, 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 dumb. Yeah. Yeah, they do. They do have pretty horned people. Yeah, so there's Dragonborn, there's yeah, of course. It's very dumb, and there's no. Yeah, the whole yes, that's what it was. It was very stupid. I, by the way, have an aunt who. Anyways, I don't want to get into that whole thing, but I have an aunt who probably still thinks that. She told me to burn my Harry Potter books, and this was, of course, before we knew J.K. Rowling's thoughts on certain things. But and I was like, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I might be too lazy to actually. I might not be able to pay attention enough to actually sit down and read them, but I'm not burning them. I'll just watch the movies and pretend I read the books. And skip that whole goblin plot, which, let's be honest, the filmmakers were very smart to do. Or house elf plot. It was a house elf plot. Yep. She still messages me. She watches this YouTube channel. She's very nice in many ways. So I have trouble being mad at her, but she's very nice in many ways, and I have trouble being mad at her. But she'll occasionally. I did have to block her on my phone, and she never watches these streams, and it's 2 hours in, so I don't care. Because like occasion I would like reference a video on I referenced evolution once, and she had a whole um, she had a whole fit about it to me, and I'm like, okay, I'm not doing this anymore. I will see you at fan. I will see you. Why was your message? Did you delete that? I will see you at family gatherings. I will see you at family gatherings once a year, and that will be good enough for us. I made the mistake of trying to reach out to people. It was my fault. I thought it would be good for me to maybe. Uh, I thought it would maybe be good for me to like have more connection to my extended family, and with my cousin, I got more. I grew closer with my cousins, which was a good thing. I'm happy I did that, but I'd also tried to grow closer with my older relatives. You know, yeah, I had a loss this year, and I had a loss, and I thought it would maybe be a good idea for me to start growing a little bit closer to those people, because they're not getting any younger, and I was like, maybe it would be good for me to like form more lasting bonds with them. Nope, that was a mistake. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. They were very judgy, and my life got noticeably much more aggravating when I tried to reach out like that. So that was on me. That was on me. I apologize. That was on me. Mostly because they thought they have any control over what I say and do in my life. What they thought they could. Anyways, it's not that I'm cutting them out. I don't want to cut people out, but I don't. I also don't want to have to deal with it. Like, so part of the whole deal is like I'm very close to my cousin. I'm very close to my cousin Catherine, and she's very close to this aunt. In many ways, this aunt is kind of her second mother. So if I want to stay close, if I want to like keep seeing my cousin, I have to in some ways deal with her. You know. So I. And I like my cousin enough that I care about my cousin enough that I will put up with some somewhat annoying family members to keeping friendly with her. So for the longest time in my life, I was like the baby of the family. Like on both sides of my family, I was the youngest, and yes, she's very. And she had a kid recently, so like part of the reason she's so close to the family is that they're giving her free babysitting. And she was the closest in age to me, so oh my god, the fits they throw over this kid. No, I shouldn't say that. But sometimes I don't know. I get frustrated because it's like they were always so like anxious over her. They were always so anxious over her her whole life, and then finally, when she had a kid, suddenly everything went right, and they're like, "Oh, thank goodness she had a kid. She fulfilled her duty." Filled her duty and is now a mother, and that's all she needed to do, and now we have a little baby again in the house that we can baby. Yeah, yeah. It's, yeah. Ooh, I'm about to air some. Nope, don't do that, Sean. Don't air that particular bit of laundry out into the world. Yeah. Did a relative finally have like a kid? Now my all my cousins are having kids, which is weird. I get it. I'm not opposed to having a kid. One of the things I do think to myself, I do think a lot of times, like, oh, thank God I don't have a kid right now in my life. Because it's like, that means as a cool, hip, young person, I can still do pretty much whatever I want. Like, I don't have to worry about having the responsibility of having a child. I'm like, oh, thank God. Like, oh, thank God I don't have to live in like a crappy small town. Thank God I don't have to live in like a crappy small town, and I can like, because I'm still somewhat seriously considering moving to Spain for a few years just to do it. Because I have money saved, and I could like move to Spain, like Spain or Japan or something, like for a few years, you know. And I'm like, and I couldn't do that if I had a kid. I would be, and you know, people are like, well, you're shirking. I have no responsibilities. I have responsibilities to one person in my life, and she's supportive of me potentially doing something like that. So, do you guys follow pro wrestling at all? Yeah. Thank you. I hope I'll be good at that. I mean, it's not that I don't want a kid at some point in my life. It's just I'm very grateful right now that it's like I'm very grateful that like my life is not, I don't have to have that worry. I don't have to have that worry about like my like I don't think I did. Like I don't have to worry about that right now because it's like I don't know. I still have a lot of like living I want to do as a single person. Plus, my cousin did all the right things, and you know she got married and had a kid, and I love my cousin, but she's kind of she kind of ended up in not a great place, right? She's kind of stuck in like kind of. I don't think they see this. Maybe they don't see this. She doesn't follow me on you, or does she? I don't know, but she hasn't. She's never mentioned following me on YouTube. Do you think like sometimes I get paranoid? Oh, there it is. What? I don't see it. Oh, that's it. There it is. Oh, that's beautiful. That is beautiful. It's a shame. I'm going to throw this out there. It's a shame that red and green has been we people associate red and green with Christmas because red and green look great together. It's a great color combination, and the fact that it's only you know we only use it here in the West during Christmas sucks because it would be great other places. Yeah, because they yeah. Because I was thinking like you know because it's like yeah it's a good color combination. Because there's so much blue and orange things. Have you guys ever noticed how, like, a lot of things are blue and orange? Have you ever noticed that that's a color combination that pops up a lot? Blue and orange? Yes. You'll notice in movie posters a lot. Like, once you start looking for it, you'll start noticing blue and orange is a thing that pops up. And the reason for that is blue and orange. Yes. Well, human beings, the great human spectrum of humanity, yes. Generally, human beings come in all different colors, but generally, it's all shades of orange. So the one color you're guaranteed to see in any movie starring human beings is orange. So if you notice, so they tend to, like in film, you'll notice this a lot. They put blue and orange in everything. Blue, orange, blue, orange, blue, orange, blue, orange, blue, orange. It's a pretty easy color contrast to do. And I've tried to subvert this, but don't we all? What a truly... Now this is a happy place. This is a happy place. He doesn't get to be in here. But yeah, I'm the grossest dude. What frustrates me is, like, people go on, he's like such a genius. He's such a genius. He's so smart. He's like such a good businessman. Like, no, I mean, it's fine. You're me when he was first getting elected, and just like every conversation I had I would relate it back to Trump somehow, because I was just so mad the whole time. And like this time around, I'm like, well, he doesn't get to own he doesn't get to own my thoughts the way he did last time. But that's something he can't take from me. But he's just... if you... he's I don't know. He just sucks. He sucks. Yeah. Well, the thing about Trump is he's both smarter and dumber than he appears. He's probably a little bit... Oh, that's beautiful. He's probably smarter than, like... He's more aware of, like, his public persona, but he's also... We must understand this. Incredibly stupid at the same time. Like, this was an attitude, like people were trying to do this. Oh, like, once he becomes president, he'll calm down. This is just a persona he puts on. No, he is that dumb, but he's also smart at the same time. Trump is like, see, the thing is, Trump is very, like, the thing he's good at is he's very cognizant of how people will, like, perceive him and how to, like, play into, like, people's worst interests. Yeah. And play into people's, like, worst, like, instincts. He has, like, a lot of, like, very charismatic people seem to, like, just kind of have that built in as, like, an instinct almost, because he knows how to he knows how to work crowd psychology quite well. Like, a lot of charismatic people will just go, he just has that. That's something just you'll notice with charismatic people, is that they just have that sort of like thing about them. Like, they understand how to, like, manipulate crowds very well. And he does it by, like, playing to people's, like, baser interests and base, like, fears and stuff. And it's like, yeah. Yes. I don't know if you're joking. There is an act. I don't know if you know of this, Tato. There was an actual guy named Santa Claus who ran for the Congress of Alaska. Santa Claus congressman. Yes. Haha. Okay. Yeah. So are people in my family? Uh, Here, let me post this to you. If you're curious, this is Santa Claus. This is Santa Claus. He is a member of the North Pole City Council and a Democratic Socialist. He was Bernie Sanders. If Bernie Sanders won the Alaska primary, he would have been the representative for Sanders at the Democratic National Congress. His name is literally Santa Claus. He changed it. Yes, I love him. He's one of my favorite. He's legitimately one of my favorite politicians. Like you read about him and he's like such a cool dude. Um, he's a monk. He's a reverend and a monk. Like a legitimate. He spent many. He looked like Santa, and he spent many years like in isolation, living as a monk. Kind of living as Santa, and then he decided to return to like the normal world and work as an advocate for like welfare for children and like medical for all. He's very close in politics to like say somebody like Sanders is. He picked that name for himself. Is part of it. He changed. He had a like a whole. There's a whole. His whole story is really quite fascinating. Anyways, he looked like Santa though, and he was a monk for many years, and he decided that he would try and help the world. Yeah. No, I love him. He's like legitimately like one of my favorite political guys in right now. I he ran to replace Sarah Palin. He didn't win. He didn't win because like the wonderful human being he is, he doesn't accept corporate sponsorships or really any money. But he is a member of the city council for the North Pole, which is a town in Alaska. It requires quite a lot of money and stuff to become president, unfortunately. I think they estimated that it costs like $3 million to run for president. Right? Yeah. Wouldn't it have been great if I donated a little money to his. I think no, I don't think I tried to. I don't know if he. No, he doesn't accept donations. He didn't accept donations, but I tried to. Um, yeah. Alaska has a very weird political system. I know I assume people's that's very unique. That it actually has a method of voting that I kind of hope the rest of the country adopts because I think it's a good voting method. Um, they have it has a Alaska is one of the few states that does ranked choice voting. Now I don't people probably have you guys ever heard of ranked choice voting as a concept? I guess I'm getting political. It's politics season. I guess I can get a little bit political. So ranked choice voting, very basically, it's complicated, but okay. So basically, you're essentially voting for a couple of people at the same time. So normal voting is you vote for. I always forget how to explain it because it's a little complicated. This is why the problem. But it's a really good idea once you break it down. But anyways, um, you pick your first, second, and third place preferred choice. Okay. Now that I'm trying to, I knew what it was. I knew what it was when I was doing this, and then I forgot it. How to explain it? It's a very good. It's designed to kind of defeat. One of the big problems is like, well, I have to vote for them. Okay, yeah, that's how it works. So, okay, basically, I'm gonna not explain this great. There's you pick one, two, three, four. So you pick your uh, preferred candidate, second most preferred candidate, third most preferred candidate, fourth most preferred candidate, and it goes to a runoff, which means, and if one candidate gets a majority of the votes, then that candidate wins. It's like 40. The website says about 40%. But if one candidate gets the majority of the votes, that preferences, that wins. But the trick to all of this is if there's no person who gets majority votes, then the person who got the least preferred candidate gets voted off. So this is kind of a way to combat and how this works then is like, instead of like candidate, so that means like people can vote more honestly instead of like trying to just game, because right now like one of our problems is we're constantly trying to game the political system. So like we can't vote for people who maybe actually have our interests in heart. We have to vote for people that won't hurt us as much as anybody else, which is sort of hurting democracy in a lot of ways. And this is the way to like kind of combat that, is that people instead can vote for their preferred candidate. It can be a little bit more honest with their voting. And it's complicated, and I'm explaining it kind of poorly, which is part of the problem. This is an idea that can work, and it can work because if I could, that election that Santa Claus ran in and didn't win. Sad, I know, but the person who did it came down. Two of the most prominent. It was Sarah Palin was running in that election, and it seemed like Sarah Palin was going to win, but she lost to an Inuit woman from an Inuit state congresswoman, and from the Democrats, and that was the first time something like this ever happened. So there's real power to this whole thing. Hi, no. How's it going? I'm advocating for ranked choice voting here. Good to see you. I'm advocating for ranked choice voting. Anyways. How you doing, Nono? What did you have for breakfast? And explaining the politician Santa Claus, who he is in our country. If you don't know, Nono is from Romania. Does that sound like I just said something wild? No, I didn't. There is a legitimate, a somewhat prominent politician by the name of Santa Claus in the U.S. Not super prominent, but he's a well-known guy. If you're curious, this is what he looks like. This is what he looks like. He is a city councilman for North Pole, Alaska, and politically he's very close to Bernie Sanders, and that he's a big Medicare for all sort of. He's a big Medicare for all sort of dude. And if Sanders had won the nomination, he would Sanders had won the primary in Alaska, he would have been Sanders' representative to the convention. Do you guys understand? No. Yes, vote Santa. Conventions are weird and stupid, and they're not as important as they used to be. But oh, did I give it away? Sorry, I didn't mean to give it away. It's I said where uh, they're from. They told they Was that something you wanted to keep secret? No, I know AC by No. By the way, yeah, that's their name on Twitch. And No, if you're curious, No has a very cool job. Do you want to say what it is, No? Like, legitimately, No has a really cool job. Yes, they're a game tester for a pretty big company. Uh, I know that one of the games your company, not the one of the ones that No's worked on, but I'm hyping you up here, No. Woo woo! I know one of the games. No told me one of the games that their company worked on was Cyberpunk 2077. That's not a secret, is it? Hopefully, right? Isn't that cool? Yeah, you can claim that. You guys did work on that. Good. I know because I know you signed an NDA on stuff. Well, okay, I'll be quiet. I know the story, but I'll be quiet. I'll let No tell it. Right? Yeah, that is sick. Oh, you guys should have been here yesterday. By the way, we met a guy who does like creature work for Lucasfilm. Really, that's hilarious. Yeah. Go to bed, Tato. Go to bed. It was really nice talking to you. Go to sleep, child. Go to sleep. Yes, it's staying pretty firmly at 9. You know, I always get nervous when I'm drawing hands because for a while it kind of looks like they have. Is Tato still here? Is someone who's still here? Can we get a... Once Tato goes to sleep, we're going to get a little bluer here because I have some... Because this hand is giving me trouble. Yeah. Well, that's cool. You have such a cool job, No. Are any projects that you've worked on out yet? Can you talk about them yet? Um, yeah, right now it's sort of, I get a little nervous because right now it kind of looks like a penis, but I mean, it was you and two other. Yeah, don't say that. Don't say anything. Well, fortunately, nobody knows. Fortunately, we don't know your real name or what company you work for. She does a little bit. It'll get less penisy as we go along, but it'll get less penisy as we go along. But at the moment, right now, it does look a little bit like it's a penis. That's cool. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. How are you enjoying testing so far? No, must be nice. I know I've from what I've heard about like testing from other people who've done testing, it's a rather intense job, but so Nymph, if you were to play D&D, would you make a character? Yeah. Oh, those projects always work out great. Did I ever tell you about this indie film thing I worked on for a little bit of time? Uh, you guys want to hear some tea from a guy I worked for that I also sort of I had to sign a contract for? Uh, okay. So before we move on, You must understand that one, this guy will never see these, so I don't give a shit. I tried to. So I was working. I'm working in the. So I've known this guy for a little bit of time, and he. So okay, how do I explain this? Houston is sort of a closed environment when it comes to filmmaking. There aren't like a lot of really like dedicated people here at making movies, so because usually everybody moves to like Austin or New Orleans and New Orleans or Atlanta, and they start making movies there. So you must understand that you take jobs where you can get them, and the people left here that make movies are kind of well, they're um, usually they're middle aged, or they're middle aged guys who really dreamed of being like a movie star or director when they were younger and never got to do it. So now they're living out a midlife crisis of getting to be in their own movie. So doing that correctly, you have to like understand. So I met this guy, my boss, a few years ago, and just kind of randomly. I was out shooting stuff with my camera just one day randomly, and he was shooting a movie, and we ended up talking, and I got hired onto his set. Um. So, uh, first thing you have to understand, he English is not his native language, which is fine. Yeah, which is fine, but he is, which is fine. But he insists. So what he does, he's Chinese. So what he does is he writes the script in Chinese, and then using his quite weak grasp of English, will then translate the script into English. And then, but he never lets us see the script really. He just like explains to us what the script is and what the scene is. And he's like, okay, I want you to do this, and here's the dialogue I want you to say. So he gets a bunch of non-actors to lightly improvise around a subject. So our first day of filming, like a day of filming, he brings. I'm so funny because I was watching it. Anyway, so first day we get there, it's like 8 o'clock. Okay, he hires me. He hires me, and then the night before, I'm exhausted. I'm about to go to bed. He calls me up and he says, you need to come down and sign a contract." I'm like, "What?" Like, I had to drive 2 hours in the middle of at like 8 o'clock at night, just as I was about to go to sleep, to meet him for 5 minutes so I could sign a fucking contract that he wrote up because he's so paranoid that people are going to steal his footage. Why anybody would want this footage, I'm unaware. Anyway, so. No, it wasn't notarized. I just had to fucking. Like. No. I literally could have gone the first day of filming. I could have. Hey, can you. I could have signed it just right before we started filming. I didn't need to do any of that. He just needed to. He needed to have this like bit of power and control. Anyways. Anyway, so we get to the first day of filming. The scenes are bad. The scenes are bad because they're not. Like, I could go into. I've actually like sat down and thought why the scenes were so bad. But one of the things we immediately get kind of into like a row over is he doesn't want close-ups. Because they make him look old. They make him look old. He's like 40 years old. Of course they make him look of course they make him look old. Um he's like, I don't like it. It makes me look old, and so we're not going to do close up. So what I have to do is pretty much stand like far away from him and film scenes. Second thing is he doesn't want like a microphone because in his opinion you don't need that. The sound from the camera works fine. I tried. So, like, do you know? If you don't know anything about filming, you don't do that. Okay, but it's all okay. He pays me money, so I'm okay with it. This was a 2-day shoot, so the next day we go to this car place, and we spend about 8 hours shooting. Now, one of the things he promised us. Okay, if you're ever running a set, let me explain something to you about how sets work. You have to provide food and snacks. If you do not provide food and snacks, you will get very bad filming out of people. So okay, let's see okay, he doesn't want close-ups. The script is bad because he won't let it. The script is bad because he won't let any of his actors see it, and it's mostly in English. But he doesn't really know he can't really speak English all that well. But he insists on like explaining it to people, and he won't let his actors practice. And we have to we loosely improvise a script that he had. It's very frustrating. I have no idea what the plot is. It's some business thing. He won't let me shoot close-ups. He won't let me do any audio. He won't let me try and do audio. He doesn't know how to coach the actors, and he screams at me for taking a picture of the set because he's like, I don't want anything to get out. It can't get out. Nothing can get out. And the dialogue is so bad. Oh my god. I can't really emphasize to you, this would honestly be a room level movie disaster if he actually released it. And he always said okay, when I try and explain to him well, maybe the shooting isn't that great. I'm nice about this. I'm not. I hope he does. What's funny is no. At some point, he's probably going to hire me to edit it. So I'm going to try. I will try and convince him to release it. I am going to very much try and convince him to release it because it is inexplicable. Okay, so if you don't know, I went to film school. So if you don't know, very basically, one thing about film. Oh, another. Oh, what's this one about? I gotta assemble these all into a thing at some point. Thank you so much. Corpse, you're basically just editing these into I can maybe put out a best of video at some point. Thank you so much. I'll make sure you get properly. Yes, he should. Yeah, it's just. Well, I should. I don't know. You need usually okay. Controversial opinion, not controversial opinion, but to shoot a very low budget film, you need at least a group of 3 people probably behind the scenes. to shoot a very low budget film. It's better to have more, but if you want to be like really like mercenary, like you can theoretically get away with 3 people. I will. I plan to. And the thing about it is, when I first met him, like, okay, so when I first met him, his audio guy was an absolute prick. And kind of racist, too. So I get why maybe he doesn't want to use audio anymore, because the guy was an absolute prick. I'm okay with saying that. But he was also... But, man, the movies are... Okay, so, like one of our big blow-up... We had a big blow-up argument. I was shooting something with him. We were outside. It was just me and him. And we were walking around looking for shots to take. And... Okay. The problem with this stuff is you have to explain so many minor stupid things that... minor things that don't matter. Okay, we were going to use this light to shoot in a dark area. And then we walked to another place and we didn't really need the light. So... Yes. He didn't really need the light. And... So he gets it into his head. He's just going to put it on the ground. This light on the ground. And we're going to shoot. We're going to shoot his scene out there. And it's in the middle of a busy like walkway. So every time, Nif, I must emphasize this. I'm holding the camera. He never wants to use a tripod, by the way. He's paranoid about tripods. I'm holding the camera up for like half an hour while he says this nearly incomprehensible monologue that nobody would have any opinion on. Nobody could. I couldn't follow. And for half an hour, every time, I'll see if I can remember. I don't know. It's been a while since every time he fucks up the take because he gets obsessive with yelling at people to not hit the light. He's like, "Don't touch the light! Don't touch the light!" I'm like, they're not touching the light. He doesn't want anybody to touch it. And he screws up every shot for half an hour, Nymph. He does this. So I'm finally sick. I'm so sick of this. I say screw it, and I grab the light off the ground and I put it in the damn camera bag. And oh my god, he freaks out at me. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh my god, what are you doing? The camera, you're gonna ruin the light. The light is gonna be ruined. Oh, you broke it, you broke my bag and my light." I'm like, it's just, I just put it in the fucking bag. Oh. My arms. Sorry. My arms are like jello. I've been holding this damn camera for half an hour. It's like, okay. It's like, I don't know. It's like, I'm like, I keep going to myself, I'm a fucking professional. I won an award for doing this at one point in my life. What is he doing? I know how to make videos. I haven't heard from him in a while. I'm tempted. I don't know. If he calls again, I might take the job. I might take his job just because he does pay good. I do have to praise him for that. Out of all the guys I've met in this business, and not a lot, but out of a lot of people, I've never met a guy who very consistently pays money. Oh, there's a good chance I will be his editor for this. So whenever he's done, so that, which will be good because that's a lot of. It's going to take a lot of hours, and that means I can get a lot of money out of that. So, and possibly, we'll see if I can somehow convince him to release it to the public, because he's always like one thing that I get irritated with him with is every time I say, like, you know, like this, I don't think this is, we should probably like do this again or something, or like we should probably, like, audio was the thing I got very irritated with him because he would never take audio seriously. And then like last time we talked, he says like, "Do you know a way to fix the audio?" And I'm like, "The only way to fucking fix the audio is to get an actual audio guy out there, man. And or we have to do a bunch of ADR. Like there's no other way." And it's like, "Well, I don't want that. I don't want that. We can just it's like sorry. We have to get an audio guy. We have to hire an audio guy. You need at least two people if you want to do like micro budget indie films. I think usually you need an audio guy and you need a camera guy. And by the way, when I say guy, that's a gender non thing, you know. Person. Let's go with person. Gender neutral guy. I mean, yeah. Really? Thanks. Oh, another clip. I'm very excited for this one. Yes, it is peak Sean. Well, I've told this story a few times before of me working with this guy. Um, you know, it's funny. Yeah, so I don't know. He pays, and I do feel a little bad because I'm like, I shouldn't be this mean. But he's I don't know. I've honestly like thought of like trying to write a script and because he has money, he clearly has money. I've honestly tried to write a script before and like just going like, hey, dude, how about we don't do your film and we just do like my film instead, and like you give me the money you were going to spend on this and you let me direct a movie because like one of the things is like I'm an okay writer. I've been hired professionally to do it now. I will never not bring that up. And I was like, I offered to like help edit his script for him. Like I was just going to do that for free. And he got very like defensive. He says like you don't know how to. By the way, every criticism he has will be met with the same thing. You don't understand the Chinese audience. Yeah, you don't understand the Chinese audience. Every time I suggest anything, he's like, "Oh, the Chinese audience is okay with this." Um, Not to tell a Chinese guy how the Chinese audience reacts, but I feel that that's not true. I feel like Chinese audiences, in the large part, would maybe expect a little bit higher quality because China is one of the biggest film markets in the world, and like they have a much they have much better filmmakings. They have much better like native filmmakers than this kind of crap. And most, anyways. So, it's almost impossible to understand what the movie was about, and it doesn't help that he was filming several things at once that day. So he was not only filming a movie, but he was filming a TV show where he gets to play like a gangster. No, he gets to play like a cool badass. They do like that. That is a thing they do like. Or more accurately, they like that in book form, but the virulently homophobic Chinese government will not let them do that in film form, usually. But yeah, I mean, that whole story is that whole thing is so complicated. Yeah. Well, I'm offended. Listen, I'm gonna stand up for China at the moment. There are a lot of really good Chinese made movies. Like a lot of great. There's like a lot of really great like because what he's kind of hinting at. So back in like the 70s, China has a slick professional like film and television production now. Like back in the 70s, maybe you could get away with kind of putting out kind of crap, 70s, 60s sort of crap movies where like, the filming is a little bit bad. The filming is bad or something. Like but nowadays China, Hong Kong, they make slick professional movies. Like it's frankly absurd to expect like homegrown audiences to go like, well, this is a homegrown movie, so we're gonna watch it. It's like that's just not a thing, man. China has higher quality. Like Chinese audiences are much more sophisticated than that. I found that ridiculous because I've seen very slick professional Chinese movies before. And they don't. It's just like, like occasionally, like there's countries out there who or maybe, yeah. Well, okay. Does this type of audio okay? So this is let me see if I can simulate the audio, how the audio sounds. I've actually never heard the movie, but I've never seen the footage that we shot, so I don't know. But it would be something like this. Hi, how's it going? I'm running a business. That's good. I'm also running a business. We're business competitors. Yeah. No, I mean, like everything would be far away, and sometimes we just filmed with a cell phone. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be back in a minute. Nobody leave. Nope. Boop. Back. And we're back. I'm back from outer space. Um, no, Chinese movies are at a pretty high level right now. They don't make as much money as like say American movies globally, but they're pretty professional and pretty good looking. Like you would not be like like a couple of people in Houston dinking around on a back lot somewhere would not be impressive to them. Like they're capable of making like high quality CGI and stuff like that. So it's um like it would not it would not be impressive. And there's like some there's very good Chinese movies. There's also like if anything, like China people in China seem to be complaining about the fact that like there's too many slick American style movies. Like they try and make too many blockbusters now. So yeah, like they're at a level of professionalism that it's ridiculous to say like, oh, they'll just watch this because. Anyways, it infuriated me because I felt it was like no, I don't know if you can, but it's like really talking down to your homegrown audience. Apparently, if you want like good movies, there's some really good Chinese movies. Is what I'm saying. I watched a few. I watched a bunch recently. But yeah, it's stuff like that. It's like he's so paranoid about everything. Um, everything. He thinks people are constantly trying to steal his footage and spy on him, and it's so it's frankly ridiculous. Like nobody cares. I will possibly at some point like try and pitch him on the idea of welcome back. I have thought possibly this is a real thing I've thought about doing is I want to make I want to make a short film with him as the star. With him as the star at some point. Or like I have this movie script I've been working on. Maybe I'll do some more work on it uh, in a bit in tomorrow or something. I don't know. I have this movie script I've been working on and off for a little bit of time. That I've only got a few pages done, but I really like I really like the first few opening scenes I've written, so I want to keep working at it. Um, and I was possibly gonna try and cast him as a role in it if I could get an indie movie made. And more to the point, I want to make an indie movie at some point. And I have thought, like, legitimately, I've thought about like maybe pitching him, like maybe we just don't do your thing and do my thing. like, like maybe instead of you spending money on a movie and TV show starring yourself, you just give me money and I can make you a producer. I don't know. I guess it's not so bad. Like, maybe guys like his age, some guys his age, like they make. Sure. I mean, I can never hurt. I was, the second you said that, I was like, what could I use stuff for? Das Kapital. Uh, I've got this script. So I have this script, and the basic premise is a fantasy elves. Well, I don't know. I would say it's pretty outdated. I mean, not like it's an economic book from the 1800s, so there's a lot of like kind of outdated ideas in it. But some interesting ideas that maybe we, with some reforms, could have worked. Uh, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. That's I don't I don't want to I don't want to violent road. The thing about Marx is I'll throw this out there. My thought process I had about Marx was in some ways quite Marx, in many ways, but one way that I think almost every economist agrees about Marx, even people who don't like his ideas, is that Marx legitimately was a very revolutionary um, economist, because he actually like went out. He did what was essentially investigative reporting very early with economics, in that he would go to factories and stuff to like look at it directly, because a lot of economists are very like just look at numbers and figure. Anyways, so that's a very important. Yeah. So yeah. Do you know that he almost moved to Texas? Like he wanted to move to Texas. I think about that a lot. Like, what would happen if Marx had moved to Texas? Like, he had petitioned the government, the German government, to move to Texas. And I think about that a lot. Like, what if like the center of communist thought became Texas of all places? Yeah. Is this is this a coworker? Have you mentioned this one to me before? I just ah I okay. We're 3 hours in. She never watches these. Okay. Um. Okay. I'm gonna tell you guys something. Promise. Promise. We're 4 hours into this. Promise to be cool about this story that I'm gonna tell you about a thing with my crush, a crush I had on somebody. Okay. Okay. I was once in a writing class with this girl that I had a huge crush on, and the goal was to write a script. So I wrote a script about a fictionalized version of her, um, and her. It was essentially uh, her in a romantic, and she read the script and she never picked up on the fact that the romantic lead was her. I she's read the script she's read the script a few times and she never picked up on that fact, and I was very grateful she never picked up on it. Was based on her. So that's my story of a crush. Well, I don't think she ever did. Well, the character pretty clearly metastasized away from her pretty quickly. But it started off, and the character started off with something inspired by something she had said, which was so funny that I couldn't get out of my head. Anyways, well, I'm actually still quite good friends with her. Um, but yeah, yeah. it was just so funny. It's like I just couldn't get it out of my head. I kept repeating it over and over, and the more I thought about it, I eventually just wrote a whole character based around it. Anyways, I still text her. We still text occasionally, every once in a while. She actually turned into one of my my the best friends I've ever had in my life. So I now feel weird that I had a crush on her when I first met her. It's kind of a very awkward situation. I never mentioned that to her. Oh my god, I never brought that up to her. But she actually turned into quite a good friend, and I never want to so I have no interest at all ever in pursuing that. But it's like it's a funny thing because I did. Oh my god, when I first met her, I had just this like I had just crush on her, but now she's quite a good friend. I would actually consider her one of the people I'm closest to in my life now, and it's like I'm not interested in that as a I'm not interested in that as a romantic relationship anymore. But that was what it was when I first met her, and I'm very grateful she never figured out that script was about her. Or maybe she did and don't say anything, but yeah, we still talk semi frequently. Uh, yeah, we live in different cities now, so it's hard to do that. But I'll probably see her at some point in this year again. Good. I'm gonna wait a little bit to do that. Yeah, and then maybe she'll say, "Oh, I no." But she's so anyway. She's a very nice. Yeah, maybe at some point down the line, like when we're in our 50s, I'll say that to her. If huh, both at the same time is a question. I, I mean, yes, obviously, yes, but both, yes, both at the same time. Individually, sure, but I mean, I like I like Avril Lavigne. I mean, obviously, yes, but the chance, the chances are, uh, um, lower, or let's put it this way, higher. Yeah, because it's funny because it's like sometimes when you have a crush on somebody, the that sort of driving factor to keep hanging out with them means that sometimes you just legitimately become friends, and it's like, and it's a weird thing. It's like you had a crush on somebody, and it's like so you always kind of agreed to hang out when you could, and it's like, oh yeah, now we're just kind of friends, and I don't really feel the need to do that. You know, she was she is also one of the most beautiful people I've ever seen in my life, but that is a story for another. Um, yeah, it's a weird thing. I don't know. I think it's a Yeah, yes, I did. I mentioned that. I mentioned that. I don't know. It's weird. She doesn't watch these. She does follow this, but I don't think she never once talked about watching these. So I'm confident to not bring it up on here. If we were doing like an Instagram live, Ooh, this would never get mentioned. This would never get mentioned. Oh, that's a cute nickname. I have occasionally thought about maybe. Okay, okay. Now that I've mentioned this, someday she might be a guest on this stream, and you must be cool about that. Okay? She. That makes sense. That makes sense. Hi, Pun. How's it going? Hi, Puncraft. Oh, thank you. You have very good taste. Punchaft? Welcome to this. Are you an artist? I'm 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 5'10". Um, art is my advice with art is kind of is about skill, and is not talent, it's skill. And just, this is the dumbest advice, but it's the advice that worked. It's all about just kind of keeping at it. It's just, you just kind of keep doing it, and you'll eventually get there. Like, as long as you keep practicing every day, you'll eventually get there. And you don't think it'll happen, but it does. It does happen. If I could, I have some of my old art. I have some of my old art here. I can show you what I was like 3 years ago. Let's see. Let me find a good one. Yeah. Also, yes, that is also very good art. That's very good art. Here, here's a piece of my old. Here's some old art I did a few years back. Notice it's less good. Thank you. Yes, thank you. But I'm significantly better now than I was when I did that. An old art teacher I had said, it's, you just got to train your muscles. Really, it's all about muscle training. Yes, it is awesome. It's one of the most fulfilling things you can do, honestly. Me, about 4 years. Four, yeah, about 4 years. Oh, I'm coming up on 5 years. I'm coming up on 5 years pretty soon. This year will be 5. Like this is something I drew a few years ago. I always the way I compare it is it's like you're in an RPG or something. It's like playing an MMO or JRPG or something where you just have to sit there and you have to grind. You just have to keep at it slowly. Yes, that's a good one. Well, yeah, but you're always improving. Yes, yes, the pain is fun. Don't be afraid of. Don't worry about being bad. Don't worry about being bad. Whenever you're trying to acquire any skill, like don't worry. Just like you'll get there eventually. And if people get down on you, you're going to get there eventually. It's going to take. So don't worry about that. Don't constantly compare yourself to like other artists. Yeah, don't constantly compare yourself to other try and learn from other artists, but don't constantly go like, oh, they're so good, I'll never get there. Like, don't do that. And remember, the way I got better at art is I would just sit and watch TV and draw while I watch TV. Art is uh and what else? What else is some advice I could get? Yeah, and you'll go through. I try and be nice. The internet, there's great people online if you know where to look. Unfortunately, it's hard to find. Thank you. Thank you. I have to be. I'm Canadian. It's impossible for me not to be. Yeah. It is absurd. I don't know. I don't know. Honestly, I wouldn't put too much stock into just go at your own pace. Draw. Also, draw what you want to draw. It's good to practice on arty important things, but also just draw what you want. Good tests. Do all the lines and perspective things, but also just draw what you want to draw. It's more important that you just keep doing it than anything else, is what I would say. Yeah. A good piece of advice I got was yeah, just draw what you feel like drawing. Don't worry. Remember, every bad drawing you do is will eventually lead you to doing more good drawings. I that's one that's very cool, Niv. No, and yes, I'm also. I do feel that too about my characters is that they're very stiff. I'm trying to get them to loosen up a little bit more, but you know, whatever. You know how I got that red background? I just put my hand in front of the camera. Yeah. Yes, welcome to the community, pun. It's a good community. Although there's weirdos. There can be jerks. Yes, make them Jennifer. Yes, make all. Uh, don't fall for. Apparently, there's like some. Yeah. Um, MLM like people on ArtTube, like doing art stuff on in the art. Um, who's that? Cam. There's the Wonder Twins. No, that's the guy. The guy turns into water. I wonder if there is a water girl. Oh, fuck off! I mean, flip off, Google. Yeah. It's certainly not. It's certainly not because to be a good artist, you have to spend hours alone drawing. Every other thing now is we need to take. Oh, on cool math games. See, I don't know this. I had never heard of this before. I thought you were making a Wonder Twins reference. You know, that's a thing that doesn't seem to exist anymore. Like, just fun like flash games for kids to play online. I've noticed that doesn't seem to be a thing anymore, and that bums me out. Like people just playing, like creating little flash games for kids. Like maybe because adults got weird. Well, that's what frustrates me because Roblox is so money grubbing and evil. Okay. I try and stream. It's been. It's usually I start around eight o'clock Central Time, whatever that is to you. It's 2:20 for me. That's usually when I aim for. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, that's what bums me out. That's what bums me out. I wish there was more cool math games, but now... Yes, tell me. Well, the Roblox company is straight up evil, so that's part of the problem. Nice! Congratulations. Cleaning your room. It is amazing how much better that does make you feel, cleaning your room. When I lived alone, like, I always tried to avoid it. You should do it today. Or, well, probably not today. Do it tomorrow. Get your room. When I lived alone, I always hated cleaning so much. Yeah, that's... To me, there's always, like, this sort of, like, tipping point. Oh, well. Have the baby clean your room, then. Come on, the baby needs to do its work. It's been freeloading for too long. "7 months. Why, when I was 7 months, I held 2 different jobs." Yeah. Freaking freeloaders. Babies are notorious for not doing anything. Boss Baby was the most important. Yeah. And it has a little pail and a little bucket and a little mop. And it gets to work. Because that's the America I want to live in. Where there's a power... Where babies do all the work and adults get to relax. Bosh Baby. Do you young people know? Oh, I was going to go with Bosch, the TV show. Isn't that literally the sequel, though? Isn't that literally Boss Baby 2? Where this time it's like his, the guy's daughter is now the Boss Baby? Yeah. Uh... Yeah. Alec Baldwin. There's. I thought. That's such a bizarre film. Do you know that? Do you guys know who Ralph Bakshi is? Oh, Ralph Bakshi is a very important dude in the history of animation. I don't know. So, fun fact about Ralph Bakshi is okay. So, Ralph Bakshi, um, he directed the first Lord of the Rings movie, and no, it was great seeing you. Well, the first official Lord of the Rings movies, because there are some unofficial ones, including one that was produced in the USSR. Yes, that's a thing. Um, anyways, so Ralph Bakshi is known for kind of pioneering adult animation as a thing. His movie Fritz the Cat was an X-rated, and X rating was a thing that existed. Was an X-rated movie, X-rated animated movie that was number one at the box office. Um, he also there's a few. Fritz the Cat is okay. His real masterpiece, at least in my opinion, is a movie he did called American Pop, which is about five. Yeah, 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 mostly. Which is about five generations of American musicians going through following five different generations of American musicians as they experience like history and attempt to make a living as a musician. It's a very beautiful film. I really like that movie a lot. He has a few fantasy films. There's one fantasy film of his I want to watch because of some people who worked on it that I'm very curious to learn how they did. Anyways, um, anyways, reason I bring him up is, but Bashki is mostly known for like very adult, heavy animation stuff. Very dark and very. At times, I don't know. There's some stuff of his that definitely probably haven't aged that well, although it's complicated. But he was a '70s satirist, so just reason I bring him up. Very dark, very kind of like adult animation. His grandson voiced the main kid in Boss Baby. Like the kid version. Let's see. Yeah, Miles Bashki. Yep, that's his that's Ralph's grandson. Yes, which is fun because Batchke is like one of those guys who is like animation, like fought so hard for like animation to be recognized as an art form, and I really love him for that. But it is funny to see that like the Bashki line, Fade McCaw, good to see ya. It is funny to see think that the Bashki line is like yeah, but also boss baby. Good to see you, Fade. I'm glad you're here. How are things going? How's band? It's going good. We're hanging out. Tell me about it. Fade is in band. Okay. Fade is in marching band. If people are unaware. Yes, it did. I mean, it's been like that for a while. Possibly for reasons. Oh, there are. There are. But yeah. Although the only people, according to YouTube, that are here are you and Fade. And No No. That's so awesome, Fade. That rules. Yes, but No No still is here. Is still in. They may have left and not been here, but their presence, their computer presence, is still felt. I assume it's because the tab is still open. That's so cool. Is it? Is it Roxanne again, or is this a new song? Roxanne, you don't have to go. Oh, Roxanne. Oh, that's funny. If you notice, No No is they change it to a little like a cat emote. That's cool. That's really cool. And the Metal Known has a. Oh boy, 1 second. Cool. Cool. Anyways. Uh, that's very cool, Fade. I really love that. Okay. What can I guess? Nice! I'm thrilled to hear that. That is Pog. That's Poggers. That's total Pogs. What instrument did you play? And mask. Is it like Phantom of the Opera masks? Ah, very cool. Violin. eyes. I struggle with eyes. Why do human beings have to have bodies? Why can't I just draw like a round circle and I can say that's a human being? Like, look. Here's a round circle with some legs. That's a human being now. You play the melonone, right, Fade? Yeah. Why can't we just be gentle? Mellophone. I do play a little bit of guitar. You know, it's you know, I sit here and I strum and I don't know how to play the guitar. I struggle with chords. Like, I feel like my fingers are like, I don't know. I feel like I always get it wrong. There is something so, I will say there's something so difficult like about like getting over the nervousness about trying to learn like a new thing, because it's like because you don't go into learning a new thing because you've seen. Oh, it's definitely out of tune. Yeah, it's super out of tune. Being as I take it out once every 5 months and go like, oh, I'm gonna learn how to play it. It's definitely out of tune. What are you talking about? It's beautiful. I do want to learn. What you talk? You don't like that? You don't like that? Okay, fine. I have no idea what I'm doing. These are going to be even more out of tune. I can't. I try to learn. I got some chords down a few years ago, and then it's like, I know how to tune them. I know how to tune them. I'm not going to do that now. Also, I don't really know how to play songs, so. Right now, no, I want to draw, but is it? I know how to tune. I'm not doing it right now just because it's like we're gonna do. No, that will incite too many people. You must accept the mystery. Roxanne. Okay. apps always ask you to track? Hello from the other side. Hey. Okay. How's it going, Jen? Okay, they make you pay for these, by the way. My pathological cheapness knows no bounds. How's it going, Jen? Come on. There we go. Okay, tuner. Stupid is good. Stupid is great. Stupid, it makes the world. I don't know how. This is gonna take me like half an hour, probably. Oh, that was the problem. Okay, we'll do more later. I'll do this off screen. Let's get back to art. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Oh no! Are you stupid? That's the way to do it. Oyster. Oyster. So, what is this bear you're drawing, Jen? Who's Megami Bear? Megumi Bear. Mega Mommy Bear. Oh, I'm British. Oh, the gummy bear. The Goomy. Again, I don't know a lot of stuff. I know random lords and stuff, but I don't know like gummy bear. No, I know there's an Irish person that pops up here every once in a while, and he's a real nice guy, so I'm not going to try an Irish accent. So how's the drawing of gummy bear going? I'm a gummy bear in a gummy world. It's made of plastic. So fantastic. You can dry my hair because it's gummy bears. I know the song. I'm not combining other songs. Hey, Gummy, let's go, Gummy. Cause he's the lion of the north. It's fantastic when you're gummy. In the jungle tonight, the lion sleeps. Who let the dogs out? This is how the song goes. Who let the dogs out? Gummy bear. What? Am I not doing music correctly? Cause I stopped. Ah. And I believe he's a gummy bear in a gummy world. And I believe voiced by John Travolta in a movie Inexplicably, if I remember correctly. John Travolta. Oh, no. Oh, wow. Gummy Bear 3D producer shut down for misleading the public. High Court says 2 UK companies amassed $3 million for animation supposedly starring John Travolta, but spent at most 11%. Oh, wow. What? And it supposedly has gone out of bit. 2 companies that sought investment for Gummy Bear 3D, an animated film supposedly starring John Travolta, has gone out of business after being accused of misleading the public. Spice Factory UK Limited and Gummy Bear film were shut down by the High Court following an investigation by the involved. According to court, 2 companies took $3 million from producers of the British public, but failed to provide any returns. The court also considered that companies spent most 11% of the movie's funds were more of the promised movie had not been Gummy Bear has not been made. Wow, that I did not expect that to be the twist. So basically, they were going to adapt the Gummy Bear. Like, what happened is these producers were going around saying they were going to adapt the Gummy Bear movie into a film, and it was going to star John Travolta. And they took like $3 million pounds from investors, and then they just ran off with it, and didn't say any, and only gave 11% to the actual production. That's wild. That's wild. I didn't expect there to be like a whole scam, like a whole con. Associated with the Gummy Bear movie. Welcome to older age, Fade. Fun fact, it never stops. Knees hurting now? The knees are gonna hurt forever. I mean, I'm guessing, no offense, I'm the oldest person here. No offense, I'm guessing I'm probably the oldest person here. I don't like being the older person now. In my head, I'm still the young guy. I'm 32, by the way, if you're curious. In my head, I'm still young, but thank you. It'll happen to all of you someday. So you'll be used to being the young person in the audience, youngest person in the thing, and then one day you wake up and you're old, and you're one of the older people now, and you won't be aware when it happens. It just happens one day. No, I think I'm just a millennial. What's the cutoff? What's the cutoff for millennial? What's the cutoff for millennial? Let's see. Yeah, no, I'm Gen Z is 97. I am solidly a millennial. I'm 92. I was born in 92. Yeah, no, I'm just a millennial. You know what I say? I'm trying to do like what like terrible millennial humor is. Excuse me, doggo. Look at my cute doggo. Like, it has toe beads. And all the other stuff. I don't know if you know this, but do some Swedish humor. Oh, I'm sorry, Fade. It's good pain, though. It's good. It hurts because you did something you enjoy doing and you're having fun. He's right behind me, isn't he? Is Sodamir? That just happened. Which is funny. So funny thing about that. One, I know that's associated with the Marvel movies, and I haven't seen all the Marvel movies. But I'm pretty sure Marvel has never said. Funny thing. Okay, if you want to know something about that whole that just happened. If you want to know something funny about that, that's not a millennial joke. That's a Gen Z joke. Because I know where that line comes from. It's a reference to it's a David Mamet. It's this David Mamet movie. David Mamet, William H. Macy. Mamet. By the way, David Mamet, another dude who became cool when he got older. Another dude that is super super not annoying now. Um, let's see. Prisoner of the Edge. Okay. Ooh, okay, so it literally comes out in the 2000s. Anyways, that's the first instance of that being used. I actually wasn't on Vine, so I don't know too many Vines. Oh wait, I do know one Vine. Um, let's see, what is it? Uh, road work ahead. Yeah, I sure hope it does. Uh, oh, good luck. I hope that turns out positively for you, Jen. That's the one Vine I know off the top of my head. Road work ahead. I sure hope it does. I like that guy a lot. I like Drew Gooden a lot, so I think he's really funny. So, can you move your toes, Fade? Okay, that's a good. Well, it's good that you can move them. I mean, to be fair, that's a fairly funny punchline. But I don't know Vines too much. Vine was so true story. Vine was actually something that really passed me by. Once I heard about it, I didn't really hear about it until they announced it was ending. So, yeah, sure hope it does. What would you guys say is like stereotypical, like bad Gen Z humor? Ah, you're punching me. You're punching me. When Gen Alpha starts making fun of Gen Z, what do you think they're going to make fun of? Ah, because I've been doing stand up comedy for a little bit of time. Not as much as I would like to, really, but I do stand up comedy every once in a while. So not seeing a lot of Gen Z comedians. To be fair, I understand why they would maybe want to spend hours of their life in a bar listening to just awful stand up. Oh God, guys, if you want to kind of hate yourself, if you kind of want to hate yourself and like just like for the rest, if you kind of want to hate yourself and just go through kind of harrowing experiences, go to an open mic stand up show. You will experience garbage to the level you've never experienced before. So, Fade, question. I guess it's like, yeah, I guess I'm already sort of seeing it. Like, I saw this one video. It's like, Skibbity. I don't know. I can't do it. I feel like Bob Hope in the 70s. And see, that's a reference none of you know, but I know that reference because I watched a lot of comedy. I watched a lot of old comedy when I was younger, and I know about Bob Hope. Among Us, yeah, Among Us. This is okay. This is probably how it would go. This is sus. This is sus and skibbity, and we're brain. What brain rot are you doing right now? I was getting. I was working to get unsus. I was unsussing everybody on my phone. This is bad. I feel bad. I feel like a dork doing this. Bogus Among Us. I did the fun. There's always a fun thing in getting older and watching the formerly cool generation discover they're no longer cool. It'll happen to you. It happened to me. I was quite shocked when it happened to me. I was like, no, I'm not going to be lame. I understand internet things. I understand trends, and then suddenly all the trends got away from me. I mean, to be fair, I'm even people among my own age. I have to explain to them what like streaming is. So, uh, yeah, yeah. I was like, I was quite. I have to admit, Fade. I was quite shocked when it all got away from me. I was like, I've always been kind of hip to think like I've always like been hip to things. I've always like thought I was on the cutting edge of everything. And then suddenly, just randomly, like five new things popped up, and I'm like, honestly, like, here's the thing. I know brain rot, whatever thing. I kind of get why. I kind of get like I don't totally get it, but I kind of get why like Skibbity Toilet would be popular. Like I get it. It's like absurdism taken to like the nth degree. I kind of get why it's popular. I think what's so I think what's so like funny, why it come like what you have is like a lot of these internet like just barely Gen Alpha. Did did you understand that Gen Alpha song that was going around on your Zalpha? I'm Gen. Yeah. Although I mean, let's be honest, generations. I don't know. I was thinking about this. Like, I was talking about this to somebody. It's like I don't really have like I don't really have like any like pride in like millennial stuff. Like I know some people. I have friends who are like super into being millennials, and it's like I don't care about like millennial stuff. Like really, like I mean, there's stuff I'm interested in that came out around the time I was young, so I'm interested in that. But it's like I look. There's like a billion millennials. It's like why would I be proud of? How can I be proud of that? A friend. Yeah. Yeah, well, unfortunately, they ran out of names, so they're starting at like Greek alphabet. I mean, the next generation is going to be Generation Beta. So, I mean, in some ways, Alpha got better. To be fair, millennials. I'm going to throw this out there. Millennials got probably the best of the generation names. I'll throw it out there. Millennials, I think we got the better generation name. Like, you guys are Gen Z or Gen Alpha. We are the millennial. We're about the millennium. And all Gen Z knows how to do is, well, have understanding of the internet. Yeah, it's a good name. It's a good name. We're kind of mixed generation-wise. I've seen so many, like, man, like, I'm an older guy, but some of the stuff I've seen millennials post online, I'm like, guys, don't do that. That is, in the parlance, cringe. Oh yeah. Well, that was theoretically supposed to be the millennial name, Gen Y, but okay. So there are the there's greatest generation silent. There's greatest. There's silent. There's boomers. There's Gen X. Then there's millennial. Then Gen Z. Then Gen Alpha. That's all of the ones that they count. Freaking boomers. Also, not a bad name. Yeah. I mean, well, that's kind of what I'm saying, though, Nymph. It's like, there's a billion millennials. There's a good chance you're going to like a few of them. Like, there's a billion millennials, just like there's about a billion Gen Z. Like, people from both those generations, those are pretty good. In number, those numbers are pretty good. I think those stats are pretty good. That you're going to find a few good ones in that. Oh, do you wear glasses, Fade? Yeah. Well, to be fair, as I'm no longer on TikTok, by the way. I was on TikTok for a while, but to be fair, it's very easy. It's very, like, I always thought it was so funny that, like, I'm gonna throw shade. I'm throwing shade at people. This is also a term I've adopted. I've adopted because of TikTok, and I learned it. I'm gonna throw some shade at people. Um, uh, I always thought it was very funny that TikTok kids were so concerned about who was cringe, because it's a little bit pot calling the kettle black there, I think. Yeah. Mustache and glasses thing, yeah. Jeez. Are all baritones like that? I didn't know baritones had such a went to dark places. I guess because they go low. But yeah, that's wild. That is that's a lot. That's a lot. That's what? That's pretty great. That's pretty okay. I don't know. Can you see this? Look how funny I am. Look, I did a mustache. I have a mustache on a finger. Of course, I have a mustache in real life, so. The joke is hilarious, I shall. And I slightly mispronounced it. Ha 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 ha. I am laughing my but I am laughing ha 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 ha. My mustache. Ho ho ha ha. You that that oh that Fate, that is a lot. That is wow, that is intense. That is wow. Okay. Yeah, April. April, thank you so much. I appreciate it immensely. Thank you for the lurk. April was so kind to me over on the green site and gave me a raid that really pumped up my numbers here. Yeah, that. Yeah, that. Yeah, that. I don't know what to do with that information other than I'm very. Yeah, that's. Yeah, I mean. Uh, yeah. That is. I always interpret band kids as so nice. I always interpret the band kids. In my mind, the band kids were always so like nice kids. Ooh, that is. Yeah, that is intense. Yeah, I get. Oh yeah, no, I was just like that. Oh, that kind of that was quite shocking, Fate. I must and nerve wracking. I must admit that. Yeah, that would be my. It's always one or two. Yep. I that would be my note, corpse. I don't know. Although admittedly, uh, knowing those the type of personalities that make that sort of joke, that would only encourage them to do it more. So, but I am not the. Oh boy, that is. Is it the baritones? Yeah, I assume. I'm assuming most of these are like asshole. Yeah. Yeah. I think you just got a few. I think you got a few like creeps there, Fade. I'm gonna be honest. These guys sound a little bit. I'm assuming they're guys. Not to assume. I might be wrong. Yeah, go switch. Why is there always like? Why do people always have to get weird? Oh boy. That's a lot. Have you ever? Maybe it's because I didn't really have a lot of friends. Most of my conversations were about Mass Effect. Most of my conversations in high school were about Mass Effect and how much we liked Mass Effect. And then later Fallout, and then there was some arguing. Then there was some arguing about uh, which is better, which is better, Simpsons or Family Guy. I took The Simpsons, obviously. Um, Fight Club was a really good movie. Was the consensus for a lot of people. Uh, and that it was really weird that they fired the debate teacher and then the head of the speech department hired his wife. Yeah, I mean, well, that's good. Yeah. I mean, there are edgy jokes and then there are edgy jokes. And ugh. Well, I'm glad you're having fun on the field, Fade. I know you really, yeah, yeah. I don't know. I never. I mean, I would say I was like pretty edgy as a teenager, but I was like I was edgy in the way like, oh, none of this matters, and like, ugh, it's all a lie. I never really indulged in like, I don't know. I'm trying to. I mean, I mean, sometimes I think like if I clicked on a few wrong things, I might have ended up in like a super different thing. But I don't know. I always find that stuff kind of dumb. Here's the thing I don't see in a lot of shows: the teenager who reads philosophy books. Yeah, yeah, I was never that. I was never that. I was never that. Because I never like said slurs. I never said slurs. I was more into like trying to be weird, trying to tell weird jokes that would offset people. Like the worst I did was tell maybe a couple like jokes about like violent jokes, like which in retrospect I feel quite bad for now. Where it's like I would like I would do edgy things about like I would do like edgy things like that. Really banned. Jeez. Like okay, jeez. I hope so, Fade, because it sounds very bad right now. I mean, I know teenagers. Like, okay, so one of my favorite shows as a teen. Yeah. Is there like is there like an equivalent of that word for white people? I'm trying to think. I don't know. I don't know. What's yeah. Uh I don't know. What's the um we like you, Fade. That just sounds very harrowing. I must admit, that sounds very harrowing. What you're describing, and I get band is very fun. Uh, I don't know. I agree with you, Corpse. I agree with you, Corpse. It's intense, but also there's like a little bit of like survival things in there where it's like, yeah, is there a way you can do this without like it going very negatively for you? That's the question. Um, yeah. Yeah, no, it's just it's not great. Yeah, I can't imagine. No, I agree. I agree. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. They're not gonna listen, and if anything, they'll like accelerate it if you complain. That's at least my experience with stuff like this. Is like they'll make it'll get worse because that's kind of how this stuff happens. Uh, yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, it is bad though. I agree. I agree. Uh, yeah, no, I mean it's on them. It's on them. It's on them. It's on them. They're the ones who are taking. You're not. You're. I agree. It's on them. They're the ones who are doing it, and they're the ones that it'll go wrong for. God, I'm shocked band kids are doing this, Fade. I am shocked band kids are doing this. I must admit, my impression of band kids was good. Good, good. You are in the moral correctness. Okay. Yeah, I don't like that. Like good Fade. By the way, Fade, never a doubt in my mind that you weren't doing the right thing. Never doubt in my mind when you weren't doing the right thing. Never once a doubt in my mind. But Jesus. I knew you were a good kid. I'm a little bit disappointed by band kids, though. I must admit, Fade. I'm a little bit disappointed by band kids. I kind of had the impression of band kids that they were. I mean, I know. No, I mean, I know in college, like they're gonna like you kind of. The thing about high schoolers is like I'll say this. The thing about high schoolers is um here's a fun fact. Do you know that most people don't develop uh, the logic centers of their brain don't fully develop until they're about 16? Well, yeah. Well, no, your brain doesn't fully develop until you're like in your mid 20s. Although honestly, like nowadays that's even considered a bit of a misnomer. In some ways your brain never stops developing. But yeah, your logic. No. No, we yeah. No, we get it, Faye. We get it. Yes. No. There's a Fade, you're a very nice Fade. In the time I've known you, when you've popped up in the stream, you've always been a very, very, very nice person. So, Fade, what would you say is like your favorite song to play? Face. There is what's the song? Do you like go out and learn songs on your own? Oh, your video got 17 views. That's cool. I mean, I mean, I guess you're busy, but if I would, I assume, you know, that's a good thing to do is start learning on your own stuff you want to learn just by yourself. Still haven't got her arm right. That's gonna take some effort. Roxanne, Roxanne. Probably right. I do. I will point out a tiny bit if people are curious that the angle I have this at does exaggerate everything a little bit. So it's not exactly that, but you are right. It is too long. You are right. It is too long. That is a thing I'm making because, well, the reference picture, her, it's work. We're doing some drawing of Thousand Great Books. We are doing some drawing. We are drawing. We are partying. We are Roxanne. You don't have to be. I don't know. I don't know any. I don't know the word past that. This is probably a reference that's going over everybody's heads. Uh, Roxanne. Did your teacher tell you about this? Did your instructor tell you about this whole the Roxanne bit? Roxanne, Eddie Murphy. There's this movie 48 Hours that Eddie Murphy was in, and there's a very memorable scene. The scene where he just kind of like just starts singing Roxanne in this terrible voice. Roxanne, you don't have to. It's a very famous joke. It's a very famous bit. It was like one of Eddie Murphy's first like really famous bits he did. I think I've heard that version of the song more than I've heard it played correctly. Roxanne, you don't have to. That's probably even a little too big. So, Fade, having played Roxanne, have you checked out any of the other Police songs? So how's it going, Thousand? What have you been up to lately? How goes the Thousand Great Books adventure? Right? It's pretty. Oh, that's a good one. I had a friend who was very into a very good friend of mine from college. She was very into Herman Hesse. I've always meant to read him. Probably my closest friend in college. She loves Herman Hesse. How did you like it? That was one of my favorite books as a kid. Haven't met Boo Radley? Uh, have you got? Did they teach you about who Truman Capote is yet, Fade? So you would. I've been looking for new books to read. Herman Hesse is some. Yeah, I'll get into him. Herman Hesse. case. Because he has a very similar name to an infamous Nazi. Do you know who Truman Capote is yet? Have they taught you that whole deal about who Truman Capote is? Oh, okay. So, okay, this will be interesting. Uh, Maybe. So Truman Capote was. One second. Yeah. Very good movie. One of Philip Seymour's best. Yeah. Okay. I think I have one of his books here. One second. I've read a few of Truman Capote's books. This will all connect. I think I have the true crime one. Do I? I have it some. Oh, whatever. Oh. Let me give this recommendation. Stay. This will come later. I'm going to recommend something different later. Anyways, so Truman Capote. Truman Capote was a very notable journalist in the 40s, 50s. He was a very famous writer, openly gay. He wrote two books. He wrote a few books. He wrote Breakfast at Tiffany's, which was made into an Audrey Hepburn movie, Breakfast at Tiffany's. Also considered the reason why Tiffany is a popular name is because of that book. Anyways, he also wrote what's considered to be the first he wrote what's considered to be the first In Cold Blood. I was trying to remember it. I read that book a while ago. In Cold Blood, which is considered to be the first true crime book. Anyways, he was he as a child grew up with Harper Lee, the writer of To Kill a Mockingbird. He was best friends with Harper Lee as a kid, and he is the basis for Dill. So he's the basis for the character Dill. So that's an interesting fun fact. And Capote has a very distinct way of speaking. It's it's like that. It's like this. Okay, Corpse. It's always great talking to you. It's like this, and it's like it's real. You talk like this. That was Ray Bradbury. Corpse, it's always great talking to you. Have a good night. How long have I been up for? Jesus. Read it. Of course, read it. You must torture yourself. Have we gotten one good book influencer who wrote a good book? Has one of them written a good book yet? Yeah. 1,000, that would be too ironic. You're not allowed to do ironic things with books. You have to freeze it. Ugh. This arm. This arm is giving me trouble. Her arm is giving me trouble. Yeah. I really like Martian Chronicles. Ray Bradbury has written some good books. I've heard real mixed things from. Uh, have you have you read Borges 1000 yet? Me? Nah, I don't do Goodreads. Yes, I've been thinking of like sitting down and reviewing every one of his short stories. I love Borges so much. There, reading him was like a revelation of like, oh my god, this is like what real literature is. Yeah. So, what did you say is your favorite book? Yeah, that is such a cool story. Fade, have you ever heard of the? I don't know. You probably haven't. Um, the Library of Babel by Borges. Have you heard of this one? I have. I have. This is his complete. Great. Okay, one second. I think it'd be appropriate. I mean, I don't. The pencil. Yeah. Good book. Good book. It's amazing that he was so good that, and like his like stuff is like so. Let's see, where is the book? Library of Babel? Uh, very good book. Very good book. Very good. Margaret Atwood is a good pick. Um, 1000. Have you ever read Italo Calvino? Let's see. Italo Calvino wrote my favorite. Let's see. Oh, dude, you haven't read Italo Calvino, dude. Next guy you gotta read is Italo Calvino. Read Invisible Cities. Read his book Invisible Cities, dude. That will blow your mind. That's the I. Usually I was like, get him. No. You must drop everything and read Italio. Get to him now. Read Italo Calvino now. If you like Borges, you're gonna really get into Calvino stuff because he's on somewhat. He's on a little. He's on similar. He's a bit on. He's on a similar wavelength to Borges. That I don't want to even explain anything about that book. Just kind of go into it blind because it is such a unique. I don't think I've like insisted that I've made several of my friends read that book, and I've always insisted that they go into it blind, and it's like they have no idea what's going to happen with it because it's so it's such this unique thing. I feel tempted to read from this. Jeez. I feel tempted to read from this, but I don't want to read. I don't want to like read something too long. Yeah. I don't imagine that sounds fun. Let's see. Fades in the marching band in high school. 1000. I real talk. I was kind of planning a trip. I was kind of planning a trip to Argentina. The images and dreams, wrote Coleridge, figure forth from the impressions that our intellect would call causes. We do not feel horror because we are haunted by a sphinx. We dream a sphinx in order to explain the horror that we feel. If that is true, how might a mere chronicling of its forms transmit the stupor, the exclusion, the alarms, the dread, and the joy that wove together that night's dream? I shall attempt that chronicle none the less. Perhaps the fact that the dream is considered a but is consisted of but a single sense of a single scene may erase or soften the essential difficulty. The place was the College of Philosophy and Letters, the hour nightfall. Everything, as it is often in the case in dreams, was slightly different. A slight magnification altered things. We choose authorities. I would speak Pedro Herquez Urina, who in waking life had died many years before. Suddenly we were dumbfounded by a great noise of demonstrators or street musicians from the underworld. We heard the cries of the humans and the animals. A voice cried, "Here they come!" And then, "The gods! The gods!" 4 or 5 individuals emerged from the mob and occupied the dais of the auditorium. Everybody applauded, weeping. It was the gods returning after banishment of many centuries, looming larger than life as they stood upon their dais, their heads thrown back, their chests thrust forward. The haughty received our homage. One of them was holding a branch, which belonged, no doubt, to the simple botany of dreams. Another, with a sweeping gesture, held out a hand that was a claw. One of them, Giannis's face looked mistrustfully at tossed and curved back, perhaps excited by our applause. One of them, I no longer remember which, burst out in a triumphant, incredibly bitter chuckling that was half graggle and half whistle. From that point on, things changed. It all began with suspicion, perhaps exaggerated, that the gods were unable to talk. Centuries of feral life, of flight, had atrophied that part of them that was human. The moon of Islam, the cross of Rome, had been incapable with these figures. Belting brows, yellow teeth, the spare beard, and the beast-like dollops were testament to the degradation of the Olympian line. The clothes they wore were not those of dishonest and honest poverty, but rather the criminal luxury of the underworld's gambling dens and houses of ill repute. A carnation bled from a buttonhole under a tight suit. One could discern the outline of a knife. Suddenly we felt that they were playing their last trump. They were cunning, ignorant, cruel, like aged predators, that if we allowed ourselves to be swayed by fear or pity, they would wind up destroying us. We drew our heavy revolvers. Suddenly in the dream, there were revolvers, and exuberantly killed the gods. Oh yeah, because I'm reading an Argentinian author. Hey, Luther. Yeah, I'm reading Borges. Yeah, that's one of his shorter ones. There's longer ones. Like his real famous one was one of his real famous ones was like the Library of Babel. Well, maybe later we can read some more. Um, how's it going? Probably would have won the Pulitzer Prize if he hadn't said some stupid stuff that hurt his chances. Um, I am glad to hear that. I am very glad to hear it. Emily Bronte, yeah. Yeah, I mean, sure. I'm very glad to hear that. Let's see, what other books do I have? A lot of comics. What about books? Yeah. Okay. I've got the complete stories of Franz Kafka. And so, what have you been up to lately, Luth? And I have the Alexiad by Anna Karenina. Now, this one's interesting because it's so Anna Karenina was the daughter of Alexos, yeah, or Alex Karenina. Alex was the emperor, the Byzantine emperor, and she was his daughter, and she wrote a book, She wrote a book chronicling his life. So it's a very rare, like, intimate look into the, like, realms of like power that we just don't have. The Emperor Alexius was also my father. He had been a great service to the Roman Empire even before he reached the throne, for he started campaigning as early as. Anyways, yeah. Well, that's cool. Uh, yes. What? Who needs sleep? That's cool. Okay, Fade, it was really great talking to you. I hope everything goes well. Really kick ass on the mellophone. So, what type of what are you making lately, Marty? Okay, kick ass. Hopefully you win. What type of story do you want to do? Oh man, how long have I been doing this for? 6 hours again. Wow. Uh, Uh, yeah. Sure, that's fun. Well, don't. Boy. Oh, man. I've been on for about 6 hours. That's wild. Um, don't get too lost in doing what you think, you need to do. Like, just. Oh, I've been there, friend. I've been there. Not the music theory part, but the studied the thing and never got around to actually starting one. That's definitely a thing I've done. Sorry. Sorry, Marty. It's been a very long stream. I don't know. Well, I'm trying to think of like a good action horror person I could recommend. Probably Clive Barker. It comes to mind. I don't know if that really counts as action horror, but Clive Barker, maybe. I'm very thousand. By the way, I'm very excited to talk about Calvino with you once you read that because that's. Anyways, I don't want to give away. Anyways, because then I'm going to get you onto his cosmic comedies because that's another thing he does that's really cool. Because what he does is he takes like scientific theories and he turns them into short stories. It's really weird. Like I'm trying to think of who I could recommend. Nothing's really coming to mind. Um, I guess Lovecraft, but why am I tired? I don't know if I have the energy to keep going, guys. I did 6 hours. That's a lot of time. Well, the only solution is to start. Sorry. Yeah, I don't think I got the energy to keep going, guys. I'll see you. I'll see you later. Good night.